Okay, and today's session will be an amazing, fantastic, fantabulous session. So let's get to know where you're joining us from. Just type it in the chat. Joining us from Lagos, Nigeria, from London in the UK, from Glasgow in Scotland. Just type in, let's know where you're joining us from. Jeremy is joining from Malta, Abuja, the US, Nigeria, Norway. Absolutely fantastic, phenomenal. Edo State, Port Harcourt, Toronto, Qatar, Zimbabwe, Belgium. Beautiful, beautiful. Edmonton, Derek. Good to have you, Nova Scotia, from Gladys. Fantastic and good to have you all join us today. And that's the beauty of having sessions like this. We have a diverse set of individuals across the globe, and we'll be diving into the world of tech. And why is it important for us to have this session? We're going to look at how to transition into the tech ecosystem, especially for those of you that are totally new. All right, we're going to show you some of the reasons why you are stuck and you find it difficult to get that job. Okay, so I'll be introducing you to what our program today would look like, but trust me, we'll have an amazing, amazing time today. And Ambrose, thank you for joining us from Ghana. Okay, so let's get started without any further ado. Let's get into the main meat of our session for today. So I'm just going to share my slide and I'll drive this using my slide. Today's session will center around how to attract recruiters and land a tech job as a beginner, or you're pivoting into the tech ecosystem. And you'll have the opportunity to pick my brain, pick a Femena's brain, and all the burning questions you've had about transitioning, you get them answered today. So let's keep the session as interactive as possible. Feel free to ask questions as soon as they occur to you. Type it into the chat. However, we'll also have a Q&A session before we wrap up today, and you'll have the opportunity to unmute yourselves and ask the questions that you'd like to get answered. Now, what would our session today look like? Before we get started, just to give a brief background and a brief introduction to who we are and what we are all about. So we are Tenalytics, and at the core of what we do is to help Africans and people of the Black community to transition into tech, either Africans in Africa, Africans in the diaspora, but the focus for us is to help you transition into the tech ecosystem. And we do this by lowering the entry barrier into tech. How? By providing you with the best premium training programs across different areas, from data analytics to business analysis to cybersecurity, financial analytics, and so many other areas. And we'll be talking about those areas today and the different career paths and how you can also latch into opportunities that exist within the space. You're in the UK, you're in Canada, you're in the US, you're in Nigeria, you're in Belgium, you're in Poland, anywhere across the globe. How do you get to latch into the opportunities within the tech ecosystem? And one of the things we pride ourselves on at Tenalytics is the quality of our delivery, second to none. And we deliver this by bringing in the best experts within the ecosystem to pass the knowledge over to you. All right, we have our facilitators from top organizations like Apple, Microsoft, McKinsey, KPMG, Procter & Gamble, and so on and so forth. All right, just also give a brief introduction about the people that will lead your session today. All right, first of all, my humble self, Adeza Suleiman. I'm the founder of Tenalytics. I'm a data analytics expert with close to a decade years of experience across multiple sectors, from energy to financial services to educational technology, and so on and so forth. And I've worked as a data science consultant in the UK, in the US, and my role is on a day-to-day to help organizations make sense of the data that they have. All right, to find the hidden patterns and find whatever is hidden within the data so they can understand what is going on within the organization. Now, over the last 3 years, my focus as an individual and also in founding Tenalytics is to help Africans and people that look like me to also transition into the tech ecosystem. So I can go into an organization in Poland, in Switzerland, in the UK, and I'll see people that look like me holding key roles within those organizations. And over the last, I would say about 7 years, I've successfully trained over 8,500 people on a personal scale. All right. And that's just a brief introduction about myself. And Efemena would do a bit of introduction as well. And something I would like to mention, I always forget to say this. My first degree was in industrial chemistry. All right. So nothing tech related. I have no tech background. I have no computer science degree. My first degree was in industrial chemistry. But over the last decade, I've played a major role in shaping the data culture and the tech culture across Africa and across the globe in general. So I'll hand over to Efemena to do a very quick introduction before we continue with the rest of the session. Efe, over to you.
All right, guys. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, whatever time you're joining us today. Thanks a lot for taking our time to listen to us, and I'm really excited about today's session. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right, just a brief introduction about myself. My name is Ifemena Ipro. I am the co-founder of Tenalytics. I have close to a decade experience working across different areas within the data ecosystem. So I've worked as a data scientist, data analyst, data engineer, business systems analyst. I've worked across different roles essentially. And I think one thing that Adeza mentioned last, having a non-technical background. So I have my degree in economics, okay? So economics has nothing to do with tech, okay? All right. And so if you are this professional that are looking to transition into the tech space, you really don't know what to do, this is the right place for you, 100%. This is the right place for you. All right, so we will try to, demystify all the things you need to learn in order for you to get started in the tech space. And I'm absolutely excited to come back to tell you more about that. So I'll hand over back to Adeza for him to tell us how the session is going to go today.
Fantastic, brilliant, Efe. Please, if I have any issues with, if you can't hear me at any point or it's lagging, please just draw my attention to it so I'll sort that out. But okay, so Mohammed is already helping Vera because I can see Vera is saying she can't hear us. But I believe we are audible and clear. All right, so let's dive into what we'll be doing today. So what are we going to do and what will our session center around? So first of all, I'll be introducing you into, like I said, the tech ecosystem. And 2024 is the year that you get into tech. So it's either you're going to sink in 2024 or you'd swim. All right. But what we are here to do is show you how to swim and get into the space so that you don't drown eventually. All right. And I'll talk about the roles for you to focus on and why these roles would get you your very first jobs in the tech ecosystem. So you are looking to get a job. Tech is very broad and there are so many areas. Which specific roles should you look out for in order to make the transition a lot faster? And then Efemena will come back to walk us through the nitty-gritty of each career path that we decided to go for, okay? So it would introduce you to the career path that get you the jobs. Efemena would come back and walk us through the nitty-gritty. If you want to get a job as a cybersecurity analyst, for example, these are the technologies, these are the skills you need to learn, okay? And then would introduce you to our upcoming program in February and also share some success stories with you and the amazing discounts that we have for you. Because it's always good to see people who have gone ahead of you. They've done the things you are trying to do, and it's easy for you to relate a lot better with that, all right? So I'm going to dive into the session immediately without wasting any time. And the first question we want to answer is, where are the opportunities? Where are the opportunities in tech? Because a lot of people always ask this question, what particular career path do I need to take? Okay, can I be, sorry about that. Okay, so what career path do I decide to join? Because tech is very broad and there are so many buzzwords all over the place. So how do you focus on specific areas, especially the jobs that are very high in demand? Okay, so you have a lot of people across different regions, just like you have indicated. So in the US, for example, where are those skills that if I have the skills, I can get a job, all right? Is it in business analysis? Is it in cybersecurity? Is it in data engineering? Where exactly would I get this job? Okay, so let's get into it. And one of the first things I like to do is to show you an article that the World Economic Forum releases every single year. Okay, they are currently doing the reports for the next few years, but this is for the 2023, looking into the future of jobs. And like I always tell people across different sessions, and when I have the opportunity to speak to you, is if I'm going to make the transition into tech today, I don't want to get a job that in the next 5 years, it becomes irrelevant. Okay, AI will take my job and all of those funny things you get to hear. All right. So I want to get a job that I know that my job is secured in the next 5 to 10 years, and I can grow within that career path. And there is no better place to look out than the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report. So what I've also done is I've kept the link for you. Okay, so you have the link on my slide. So at the end of today's session, for those that stay till the end and you also fill the attendance form, you'll receive the link, you'll receive the slides, and you have access to the links. Now, where are those jobs? And I'm going to quickly show you this, highlighting the key areas you need to focus on. Okay. Now, the report comprises of jobs that are growing in demand, and jobs that are declining. So at the left-hand side, you have the jobs that are growing. And at the right-hand side, you have the jobs that are declining. Okay, please pardon my handwriting. Declining. So what does this mean? It means if I'm going to get a job, I'm not going to focus on the right-hand side because those are jobs that will decline. And one of the jobs that surprised me the most is the product manager role. Okay, so looking at between 2023 to 2027, which jobs will decline in demand? You have jobs like the product manager role, and that's very shocking. I found it very shocking, but it makes a lot of sense eventually. So I want to have these information. I want to understand exactly what I'm doing. So I'm taking decisions based on knowledge and from a strategic point of view. Okay, and not just from what everybody says and the buzzwords out there. Okay, and looking at the growing jobs, and the World Economic Forum have been very accurate in reporting and projecting the jobs for the future. And that's why we at Tenalytics, we look at these reports and we take it very seriously. Okay, so one of the first jobs you want to look at that would grow in demand within the next 5 years to 10 years is AI and machine learning. And of course, you see a lot of trend within the area of AI. You have the large language models, the generative AI tools, ChatGPT, and so on and so forth. You have the business intelligence analyst. The business intelligence analyst is simply a data analyst with a focus on data warehousing, SQL, SQL, and Tableau or Power BI. All right, that's a data analyst that has a little bit of focus on specific areas within the data ecosystem, and that's the business intelligence analyst. You have the information security analyst, and within information security, you have jobs like cybersecurity. So it's important that you also have a very good understanding of all these job categories. So within information security, you have cybersecurity. All right, and you have job roles like the data analyst and the data science role, data analyst and data scientist. And these are the top jobs that will grow in demand in the next few years. So if I'm going to make my decision today, I need to narrow my focus, and I'm not looking all over the place. I focus and I can select the right career path where I know that I'm going to get a job, number one. Number two, these jobs are in demand because they are going to grow in the next few years due to the demand and emergence of new technology and the huge amount of data we keep on churning out and generating every single day. And of course, you have the data engineers as also one of the major jobs that will grow in demand. And these are not all the jobs. You have the database architects. You have the project managers. The project manager role is also a very broad role. So we need to distill it down a little bit, all right? And project management, you want to focus in on tech and looking at project management. You'll be looking at the Scrum Master. The Scrum Master is simply a project manager that leverages and is an expert of the Agile methodology. And Femina will explain all of that to us. Okay, remember, we are not looking broadly this time around. We are narrowing down our focus on the specific areas we need to look at. So we're not going to look at project management, which is very broad. We are narrowing it down. We're narrowing it down to the Scrum Master, who is a project manager that focuses on Agile methodology. And of course, you have the financial analyst as well. And these are jobs that will be growing in demand. So I can sit back and think and say, okay, if I'm going to transition into tech, I've seen AI, I've seen business intelligence, I've seen data analyst, data scientist. I've also seen the cybersecurity analyst, which is a role under the information security, data engineers, and so on and so forth. These are the jobs that are growing in demand according to the World Economic Forum. And like I said earlier, they have been very, very accurate in the growth of different jobs in different areas. Now, understanding this and knowing where the jobs would be going into the future, it is easy for us to tailor our search down into specific roles. And that's what we've done as a company at Tenalytics. If we're going to help Africans to transition into tech, we can't focus on all the areas in tech. We have to bring it down and narrow it down specifically to the areas that are growing demand and the areas where people can easily learn and transition. And we broke it down into 8 different career paths. Okay, 8 different career paths. The first is business analysis. The second is data analytics. Financial analytics, number 3. Number 4 is HR analytics, which is also a derivative of data analytics. And you have the full stack data science. So you saw data scientists, the data analyst role, one of the jobs that are great demand according to the World Economic Forum. You have the Scrum Master. You have the data engineering, which was also clearly stated. And of course, you have the cybersecurity analyst role. So you have these 4 career paths. And apart from just looking at the World Economic Forum reports, the Future of Jobs Outlook, what we also did as a company is to do our analysis by taking data from all the major job boards, from Indeed to Jobs to Monster to Glassdoor, ZipRecruiter, CV Library. And we did an analysis over the last 5 years and also predicting, we used it what the demand would be in the next 5 years. And that gave us these 8 career paths. All right. And looking at 3 major criteria to solidify the decision for these 8 career paths, we needed to be sure that, number 1, these career paths are easy to learn. And when we say easy to learn, we simply mean that you don't need to go to a university to study another 2 years or 1-year master's and so on in order to transition. Can I learn a skill within 3 months to 4 months and transition? Here, where we are focusing on skills, it's a skill-based ecosystem. So how can I narrow down the career path based on the ease of learning? Can I learn this in 3 to 4 months? Also, how easy is it for me to get a job? Is there a demand for these roles? And we've clearly seen from the World Economic Forum, these are the growing jobs, the jobs that will grow in the next 5 years, the next 10 years, and so on and so forth. And that was the second criteria we looked at. And the last criteria we looked at, that any program we are going to offer must meet these 3 criteria. The last one is high and rewarding salaries. So if I'm going to learn for 3 to 4 months, learn a specific skill, is there a demand for that skill? So there must be a demand for all Tenalytics program. The demand must be very high. And lastly, the salary. How fantastic is the salary? Would I, get, looking at my contemporaries in other industries or other functional areas, would I compete with them or even get better salaries than these people? And these are the 3 criteria that we looked at to also solidify the projections by the World Economic Forum. And we have the 8 different career paths that we offer at Tenalytics. And this is how we came up with these 8 career paths, super high in demand, irrespective of where you are. And we're going to talk about this as we go on during our session today. All right. Now, the trends across the different regions, especially the major economies, because one of the major problems that people have, especially those who are new and also making that transition into tech, is they really don't know the trends. They don't know the demand for these jobs across the different economies. You are in the UK, for example, but the focus for you is totally different. You're looking at other areas where you do the type of jobs you don't really like to do. But the opportunities are waiting you in the tech ecosystem. And all you need to do is to learn the skill. So people don't have this understanding. And that's why we also have to look at the trend. What's the trend like across the globe? In the UK, for example, okay, tech jobs have been at the highest from May 2021 to November 2023. Tech jobs have been the highest in terms of the hiring across the UK. So a lot of people would assume that the healthcare sector would have the highest number of recruitment because a lot of people, look for the health and care visa. You want to get the care job so that you can get the health and care visa, and that helps you transition into, you get your ILR and so on and so forth, okay? However, the tech jobs topped the entire hiring within the UK since 2021 to November 2023. And number 2 was within trade, construction, teaching before you even have the healthcare roles. So you had a lot of noise made by people in health and care, the care workers, the nurses, and so on and so forth. However, the tech ecosystem hired a whole lot more people. And even at that, you still have a trend of shortage, skills shortage across the UK. 72% of organizations are looking for people to fill different roles in the different aspects in the tech ecosystem within their organization. All right, roles like the data analyst, the business analyst role, the data scientist role, but they don't have people with the right skills to fit into those jobs. Not enough people are applying to get the jobs. All right, and this is one of the major trends in the UK. And according to the Tech Nation and also Robert Half, they put out this report. So the jobs are there. Organizations want you to apply to those jobs, interview for those jobs, and get the jobs. However, people focus on different other areas. I've interacted with so many people in Manchester, in London, in Bradford, in Leeds, and so many other areas. And one of the major things that stayed consistent among them is they really have no idea that they can transition into tech. And all they have at the back of their mind is, oh, I want to get a job in, as a carer so that I can get my COS, apply for a tier 2 visa, and so on and so forth. But the jobs are there, and would showcase the people we have helped in the UK. So many of them get jobs in the NHS as data analyst, business analyst, benefits analyst, pathology data analyst, and so on and so forth. We'll show them to you, we'll showcase them to you on our slides today. All right. Second trend across Canada, also organizations and companies are reporting that we need people to fill up roles. However, there is a major skill shortage. Okay, to the extent that companies have raised the salaries for different roles. Okay, they're raising the salary, the minimum salary, they're raising it because they really can't find people to fill these roles. Now, even though they can't find people to fill these roles, and they have increased the salaries for those jobs, guess what? Indians have found their way to getting all the jobs available. And the strategy is very simple. What they do is very, very simple. And I'll give you a very good statistic. And it's good for all of you to go back and reflect on this. Okay? Because the first time I saw it, I had to reflect a whole lot and think about where exactly are Africans, Nigerians, the Ghanaians, and other Africans, what exactly are we doing? Okay? Out of 32,000 tech jobs gotten by immigrants last year, 2023, 32,000 jobs, 15,000 were taken by the Indians, almost 50%. That's almost half of the jobs. Out of 32,000, 15,000 were taken by Indians. They were number one. Number two was Nigeria. And out of 32,000, ask me, how many jobs did the Nigerians get? Just a measly 1,808. 1,808 out of 32,000 jobs, representing just 5% of the jobs gotten by immigrants in the tech ecosystem. Now I'm talking about tech, not generally, okay? I'm talking specifically about tech, all right? 47%, which is 15,000 out of the 32,000 available, were taken by the Indians. Nigeria was the only African country on the list, and they were the second on the list, but with just 1,808 jobs. So the question is, where are all the Nigerians? Why are we not applying to these jobs? Even though companies are saying there is a shortage and the Indians are getting all the jobs, why are we not competing for these jobs? Why do we focus on the warehouse jobs, the hotel cleaning jobs, the care jobs, and the jobs that we shouldn't ordinarily go for? And I understand these are survival jobs, no doubt about that. At some point, people would have to do those jobs, okay? But it can't be general, it can't be permanent. Once you do that for a very short while, you need to find a way to get into a career path where you see a career progression eventually for you. And looking at the US as well, and this is according to the Economic Times, all right? And looking at the US, the trend you have in the US going into the new year, 2024, is the data science, the data analyst role would grow the most at a rate of 5.5%, followed by the cybersecurity analysts and the data engineers at 5.2%. Okay, and this is establishing the demand for these jobs available. All right, the demand for these jobs available. So you have companies who are still hiring and hiring people. The hiring have not slowed down, they have not cooled down, and you still have job postings 25% higher at the same period compared to last year. So companies are still looking for you, and this is according to McKinsey. Companies are still looking for you. They still want you to apply to these jobs, and all you need is for you to get the skills, number one. And I'll talk about that. You are new into tech. What should be your focus? A lot of people, they chase the wrong things and focus on the wrong things. And we've all had that mindset, okay? We've had that mindset back in the days, but this is the new world, 2024, where a lot of those things we always assumed or presumed don't exist anymore. And I'll show you what you need to do, all right? Now, these are the trends across the major economies. In Canada, the Indians are taking over. They have been taking over. And in the US, you have jobs available, data science, data analysts, cybersecurity, data engineering roles would lead the pack when it comes to the growth of jobs. And of course, you need to know what to do. So at DESA, you've established the demand for these jobs. What should I do to land a job as a beginner? Okay, and we're going to introduce you to the Tenalytics methodology for beginners, which we call the SAS principle. So if you have a notepad and you have a pen, ensure you take notes, okay, jot things down so you can take things away. And that's Efebena's famous quote, all right? So the SAS principle is what we deploy at Tenalytics for people who are beginners and people who are also trying to make the transition. You are a medical doctor, you are a carer, you are a nurse, you are a lawyer, you are a logistic officer, you are a banker. Your banking job, your banking experience is not going to get you a job as a banker in Canada or in the US or in the UK, all right? Organizations want people that have the skills. Can you do the job? That's what they want to see. So the tech ecosystem is a skill-based economy. And we've had somebody over 15 years experience in the bank, but guess what? He moved to Canada. First 2 years, he couldn't get a job because he was always applying to the bank to get a job based on his previous role that he held in Nigeria. But guess what? What did he do? He came to us, he joined our business analysis program, BA, and he was able to get a job at Scotia Bank in Canada. Scotia Bank. By simply learning the skill as a business analyst. And these are the jobs, these are the career paths that will get you the jobs in Canada, in the UK, the US, across Africa, eventually. Okay, so you're not applying to those jobs that you ordinarily would not love to do. So what is the SAS principle? Let's get into it. And this is what will help you land your first job. Either as a newbie, you're totally new, or you've been doing something and you're trying to move into a new career path. All right, so let's, the questions, I'll take the questions towards the end of the session, okay? I'll take the questions towards the end of the session so that we're able to manage time effectively. So the first thing you want to do, what is the S in SAS? The first thing is you must show your workings. You know, when you write exams and they're doing mathematics, for example, and they tell you that, show your workings. You must show your workings if you are moving into the tech ecosystem. And a lot of people, what they do is to put the cart before the horse. So the horse cannot even move you forward. You are stuck in one place, you cannot move forward. Why? Because you are chasing the wrong things first. So how do you show your workings in the tech ecosystem? You must have this at the back of your mind. So like I said, you have your pen, jot things down, competence over credentials. Don't chase credentials. Don't chase certificates. Chase what? Competence. And what is competence? Skills. Chase the skills. The skills will get you the jobs. The companies want somebody that have the skills to help them do the job. They don't want somebody that has a paper, has a paper certificate. Imagine you go into an interview. What do they ask you usually? They ask you that, tell me about a time you have used Power BI to do something, or tell me about a time you used your data analytics skills to solve a problem, or tell me about a time you optimized the process as a business analyst using Draw.io. Those are the questions they would want to ask you because they want to know what you've done and what you can do. So competence over credentials. And a lot of people make this mistake. They think amassing certifications would get them the job, but that's very far from the reality. And I've seen so many people, they have the Scrum Master certification, the project management certification, but they still cannot get the job. Why? Because put them on the job today, they don't have the skills to get the job done. All right? So focus on the skills, focus on competence before credentials. And number one, like I said, stop chasing certificates. Chase the skills, get the skills, show recruiters and potential employers that you have the skills to get the job done. They'll come after you on LinkedIn. You upload your CV on CV Library, on Glassdoor, on Indeed. They'll call you, they'll send you email, they'll come after you to hire you once you can show them that you have the skills. Secondly, you want to build a portfolio, showing your proof of work and experience. I'm not going to hire you as a data scientist when I cannot see a machine learning model that you have built. I cannot see the accuracy of that model, but you have a paper that says you are a data scientist. Show me proof. Where is your portfolio? How do I measure the depth of your skills and knowledge? All right. And these are the things that will get somebody who might not be as good as you are. The person gets the job before you get the job because you're focusing on the wrong things. And lastly, you must learn in public. We taught our current participants this number 3, we taught them during the mentorship session on Thursday, learning in public, the importance of learning in public. Let me tell you what will happen at the end of today's session. You guys will go on LinkedIn, you'll type out my name, Adeza Suleiman, you type out Efemena Ipro, you type out Tenalytics. Why will you do that? Because you want to know more about us. You want to know, oh, what's my experience? What has Tenalytics done for people? Is there social proof? And this is why you must create that type of persona. You must learn in public. People must know that you have these skills. You share your experience as you learn along the way. And that's very, very important. Don't learn in private. I don't want my village people to know that I'm learning a new skill. Some people say this, which is very shocking to me, but you want to be out there. You want people to know that if I'm talking about data engineering, Lola is the person to go to, because Lola posts a lot of things about data engineering. You want to be that type of person. So you must learn in public. So these are the three things you must do under S, which is show your workings. All right. The second part is A. What is the A aspect? A is what? Applying to jobs. And applying to jobs like your life depends on it. A lot of people make the mistake and think that if I apply to 5 jobs, out of these 5 jobs, I'll get 1 or I'll get 2 offers. If you do this, trust me, you would stay for years and never get a job. So you want to focus on volume, but not just volume, quality volume. Quality volume. And what do we refer to as quality volume at Tenalytics? Quality volume is when you have seen that job requirement, you've seen the job advert, you've seen the requirements. They need A, B, and C. You take your CV and ensure that on your CV you have A, B, and C. So you do something we call tailoring your CV to every single application. All right. Number 2 is after tailoring your CV, you want to use tools, AI-embedded, AI-enabled tools like JobScan, Jobalytics, or even ChatGPT to do something we call a job matching. And what is a job match? This is my CV. This is the job application or the job requirements or the job description. I want to compare my CV to this job description and see by how many percent do I match this job. Do I match the job by 85%? Do I match this job by 90%? Do I match it by 55%? You want to know this. Why? So that you know your chances of getting an interview. And these are the things we at Tenalytics have mastered. And this is the framework we deploy. The first one is showing workings. The second is what? Applying to jobs like your life depends on it. And the last S is you selling yourself as the best person for the job. And this comes with interview experience. Interview is a sales opportunity. You are the product. You are selling yourself to tell them that, look, without me, your company would not achieve its targets this year. You want to show them that you have all the skills, you have all the experience, and you're going to bring this on board to help them succeed. So you prepare for that interview and you go in there to sell yourself. The person who sells him or herself the best gets the job, not the person who is the best in terms of knowledge of the tools and so on. No, how you sell yourself, your confidence, your charisma tells a whole lot in you securing that job eventually. And you also, this doesn't happen automatically. You don't become an expert in interviews automatically. You must do certain things. You must master techniques on how to introduce yourself. And the technique for introducing yourself, we call it the SEAT approach. S for skills, E for experience, A for achievements, and T for traits or type of person. There are techniques that you leverage to introducing yourself. You talk about your skills, your experience, your achievements, and your type of person or your traits. And understanding these frameworks and these techniques makes it easier for you to answer questions like, tell me about yourself, or let's get to meet you. So you don't fumble when you get such questions. You need to know how to answer competency-based questions using a technique called the STAR approach. STAR, S-T-A-R. S for situation, T for task, A for action, and R for results. All right? So there are techniques for you to leverage to getting the best out of an interview. You need to embody all these techniques, and that gives you the confidence eventually. Something people don't also do is something we call, and we teach our participants at Tenalytics during the mentorship sessions, reverse interview. So when you go for an interview, they're not just going to interview you. You must interview them as well. And how do you interview them? Asking them thought-provoking questions. So you've also looked at the job description. You've looked at the company. You've done your research. You go in there and ask them questions that would get them thinking and know that, wow, you have also done your research. You are a smart gentleman. You are a smart lady. And they get to respect you a little bit more and see the value you are going to bring into their organizations. When you leverage these framework, SAS, either as a beginner or as somebody who is making a pivot, transitioning from a current function into a tech-related function, you will get your results and you will get that job. And this is what has made Tenalytics very successful in terms of helping people land jobs across different regions. And I'll still, Ifemena will still talk about that, you know, when he comes in to talk to us, just as soon as I wrap up my own session. So show walk-ins, S, apply to jobs like your life depends on it. And the last S is sell yourself as if you are the best person for that job. All right, tell them you are the best person for that job. Okay. So having said all of the things I've said, I want to get to hear from you and tell me, what is your desired career path? What is your desired career path? Looking at all the things we've said, we've looked at business, we've talked about business analysis, we've talked about data analytics, financial analytics. So out of all these 8 programs, I want to know, what is your desired career path? All right, just type it into the chat. What is your desired career path? Data analytics, business analysis, cybersecurity, Lola. Okay, interesting. A lot of data analytics, cybersecurity, business analysis, data science. Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant. Scrum Master, I love that. Data engineering, absolutely phenomenal. And these are the roles, like I said, you want to transition, you want to get that job. You're currently looking for a job in the bank. You really can't get those jobs. How do you get jobs in Canada? Okay, where the recruiter would look at you and say, wow, you have the skills to get the job. And you don't get to hear things like Canadian work experience, which I think is total crap, because so many of our participants get jobs with zero experience. And the way you are able to make that happen is when you show them that you have the skills to perform on that role. Okay, tech is global. Excel in Nigeria is Excel in Canada. Power BI in India is Power BI in the US. They're exactly the same set of tools. Your ability to show them that you have the skills to give them the best eventually gets them to hire you for that role. Fejiro says HR analytics, absolutely fantastic. And you're all on the right path when you have this career path as one of the career paths you want to go into. All right. Now I'm going to talk about, it's always good to see people that have done the same thing you are trying to do. So you are trying to transition. You want to see people that have also transitioned and get jobs. Let's imagine you're in Canada, for example. Are there people that have applied to jobs in Canada with no experience and they've been able to get jobs? Absolutely. I'm in the US. Are there people that have gotten jobs? I'm in the UK. Has anybody gotten jobs? I'm trying to do the same thing. And it's good to see people that are your contemporaries. They've never done anything like this before. They trusted in Tenalytics, joined our program, completed the entire program, the mentorship, the interview prep, the CV sessions, and all those things, and they were able to land jobs. I'll just share a few of their stories, and like you guys will have the slides eventually, okay? So you have the opportunity to listen to everybody. But let's talk about Abigail. And I want you to, you know, make a note of Abigail's story. And her video, when you listen to it, is also very interesting. Abigail was a care worker in Canada, in Saskatchewan, all right? She had struggled to get jobs. She had gone for interviews, but she couldn't really get the type of job she would have loved to. And of course, you have to pay your bills and so on. So she got a job as a care worker in Canada. Now, she wanted to make the pivot and transition. So she joined a masterclass just like 367 of you have joined today. And she made a conscious effort of taking her career in her hands, and she registered for the business analysis program. Now, she went through all the mentorship sessions. She worked with us during the project-based classes, and she was very dedicated to her studies. Abigail completed the business analysis program, applied for a business analyst role, and she never thought she was ever going to get the job. But guess what? Today, Abigail works as a business analyst in Edmonton. So she moved from Saskatchewan to Edmonton. Today works as a business analyst. Abigail had never done business analysis before. But I always tell people, as long as you have helped your company increase revenue, you've helped your company reduce losses, you've helped your company acquire new customers, you've helped your company make processes that used to take long, you made them faster, you help your company interact with stakeholders, both internal and external, you are a business analyst. Okay, so we took Abigail's previous years of experience and we couched it to a business analyst related role. And Abigail was able to use the CV, apply to jobs, and all the learnings she had gotten from Tenalytics. And she got this job in November 2023, and she currently works as a business analyst, as a supervisor with two direct reports for somebody who has never done business analysis before. And that's Abigail's story. You have people like Oluwatosin, who is in the UK, joined our program, got a job as a fraud analyst. He joined the data analytics program, and he got a job as a fraud analyst in the UK. His job is to help prevent credit card fraud. You have Shade, who is also totally new, has never done anything in data science. She joined our data science program and got a job as a data scientist in the UK. You'd listen to Shade as well. And then you have Benga. Benga, fantastic gentleman, fantastic transition story as well. For 2 years, Benga had been trying to get a job in Poland. So he was somewhere in Europe, in Poland, trying to get a job. He couldn't get a job. He joined our data analytics program as well. And today, Benga got 4 offers. And all he had to do was select the best offer. And he selected the best offer. And today he works as a business data analyst in Poland. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play 1 or 2 videos for you so you get to listen to what they have to say. All right, and how they were able to make that transition, how Tenalytics played a role in helping them transition as well. Okay, we're going to listen to Oluwatosin. So I'm going to play the videos that are not too long so that we don't take so much time. We'll listen to Oluwatosin, and we're also going to listen to Toyin. Toyin is in the UK. She works with the NHS as a benefits analyst. Her job came with full visa sponsorship. She transitioned from a master's in the UK from a tier 4 student visa straight to a tier 2 skilled worker visa by getting a job with the NHS as a benefits analyst. So you're going to hear from Toyin as well and hear how she was able to transition. And there's so many fantastic, people that have made the switch just like you're trying to do. You have Olugbemi. Olugbemi currently works from Edmonton, Canada, in Alberta, and his first job when he completed his program with us was as a business data analyst. But today, he's moved into his second role as a solutions analyst with one of the largest insurance companies in Canada. We prepared him for his interview. We wrote his reference letter for him to help him secure the job. Olugbemi's story is another fantastic story you want to listen to. Let's listen to Toyin, first of all, and then we're also going to listen to Tosin, the fraud analyst. So let's listen to Toyin, who got sponsorship with the NHS as a benefits analyst. So I'm just going to click on the link. You have the link here. All you have to do is click on the link. Okay, it takes you into the YouTube page, and I'm just going to all right, so I'm just going to reshare so that I share my audio and you get to hear what. Just give me 1 second, please. Okay. Can somebody confirm? Can you still hear me clearly? Just let me know you can hear me clearly. My audio is still spot on, and then I'll go on. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you, Adaobi. Okay, so let's go back. Let's listen to Oluwatosin. Oluwatosin got a job with the NHS after joining Tenalytics. All right, so sit back, relax, and listen to what Oluwatosin has to say about her transitioning story.
Hello everyone, my name is Toyin and I recently got a job as a benefits analyst here in the UK. I've come from a medical background as a pharmacist who is interested in, breaking into tech. My first encounter with Tenalytics was on LinkedIn. I joined one of their masterclass, just one masterclass where Efemina spoke, and it just took that masterclass to convince me. I joined in August, and a month after, I got a job. To be honest with you, every information skill that I was able to apply to get that job, I owe it to Tenalytics. Tenalytics did a great job and is still doing a great job. They groom you and nurture you from the cradle till you become confident. So my advice for you, most importantly, is join. Be integrated into a platform that empowers you and allows you to easily get that first job.
Okay, so that's Oluwatosin, fantastic, Oluwatoyin rather, fantastic lady. Currently works with the NHS. Her job came with full visa sponsorship. We're going to listen very quickly to, let's listen to Tosin, okay, who is a fraud analyst preventing credit card fraud. Let's listen to Tosin. And if we have time at the end, I'll play Abigail, I'll play Shade for you, and you get to listen to these fantastic people as well. Let's listen to Tosin very quickly.
Hello, my name is Oluwatosin Oguleye. I'm with the August DA cohort with Tenalytics. I just got a job as a fraud analyst. So my role as a fraud analyst is to investigate and prevent fraud on credit cards. I got this job after I joined Tenalytics. The mentorship session, the CV review sessions, these sessions were very helpful in me getting this role. And I had an interview prep as well. All these were highly instrumental in me getting the job. And I'm really grateful for Tenalytics. Thank you.
All right, that's also Oluwatosin. Oluwatosin currently works as a fraud analyst in the UK, doing a fantastic job, very interesting job, helping to prevent credit card fraud. And like I said, so many professionals, you'd love to listen to them. If you don't listen to anybody, listen to Olugbemi. All right, Olugbemi's video is about 3 minutes, so it's a bit long. So I'm not going to play it over the Zoom session today. But Olugbemi is one of the people I would say you model. You take every single step Olugbemi took. All right, and what did he do? Very simple. He was moving from Nigeria to Canada. And he came to us and said, look, this is my objective. I don't want to work in the warehouse. I don't want to work as a care worker. I can't do it. I'm a banker back in Nigeria. I want to compete for the best jobs in Canada. Okay, he joined our data analytics program. We worked with him, his interview prep, and so on and so forth. He went for his interview and he did a phenomenal job. In fact, Olugbemi had 6 months probationary period, but after 4 months, he got confirmed. Okay, I worked with Olugbemi during his interview prep. I prepared him for his interview. The day before his interview, we had about 2 hours of interview preparation, and he did a remarkable job. Now, within the space of a year, Olugbemi has been able to move to a 6-figure job in Canada. And of course, you'd understand, for anybody in Canada, you would understand what getting a 6-figure job means. It's absolutely phenomenal. And there's so many other professionals. You have Mojisola Liadi got a job in sometime around December 2023. And this is Mojisola sending me a message. Hello, Adeza, good evening. I finally got the job and I'm starting next week. I want to say a big thank you for everything. I sincerely appreciate your help. God bless you immensely. And of course, this is Mojisola, who has been in the UK struggling to get a job. And she got a job as a business analyst. And we worked with her. And she was particularly grateful because We bent our back and took extra time to work with Mojisola. It was multiple layers and layers of interviews, and that's why she was so appreciative, and she got the job eventually. Somebody we also deeply appreciate, Olamide Michael. Michael got a job as a business data analyst. I would love to talk about Michael's story, but I don't have enough time anymore. But let me just give you a brief. Michael was out of job in February 2023, couldn't get a job again. He applied to jobs, but couldn't get a job. He came to us and said, look, I've been trying to apply. He came to us in July. I've been trying to get a job since February. It is July. It is difficult for me. I need to get a job. He joined the business analysis program as well. Okay. And in December, he completed his program. He joined in July. So July, August, September, October. By October, he was done with the business analysis program. All right. November, he got the job. And this is Olamide sending me a, end of the year message saying, compliments of the season, Adeza. This is wishing you a fruitful, fulfilling 2024. Thank you for being a helping hand for me this year. In fact, we told Olamide when he wanted to join that the class had started, that he can't join anymore. And he pleaded that he was able to pay the full amount. He doesn't want the discount. He could pay the full amount to be a part of that class because the class had started a week before he came to us. And eventually he was able to land the job. And that's what we do at Tenalytics. And how did he get the job? Just his CV plus his LinkedIn. Because Olamide is quite skilled. He had worked as a business analyst in the UK. But one of the things Olamide did not have was data analytics skills. So the moment I saw his CV, I told him, Olamide, you must learn data analytics, Excel, Power BI, and SQL. Yes, I know you are a business analyst. You don't need it, but that would position you for better opportunities. Now, he didn't get a job as a business analyst, which is what he had always done. He got a job as a business data analyst. So the data analytics skills I had told him to add to his CV to learn Excel, Power BI, and SQL, that was the game changer. And this is when Olamide sent me the message in November. Hi, Adeza, how are you doing? I got a business data analyst role on Friday. Thanks for the support these past months. I really appreciate. And that's Olamide's story. I would have loved to talk a little bit more about his story because it is a very compelling one. And we are super happy for somebody who was out of job February to July. He worked with us for 3 months. And in the 4th month, he got a job as a business data analyst in the UK, simply implementing the SAS framework across all our participants. Okay, so there are more success stories. Like Femena always say, there is evidence for people who have gone ahead of you and they've gotten absolutely phenomenal job. They're doing well. They've transitioned from care work to data analytics, from warehouse to business analysis, and so on and so forth. Okay, so listen to them and get to hear what they have to say. Lemuel was specific to say that registering with Tenalytics in 2023 was the best decision she has ever made in her life. I'm sure you want to listen to what Lemuel also has to say, all right? And I'll quickly run through very quickly the average salaries of all these tech roles. I talked about Olugbemi on 6 figures, talked about Oluwatosin working as a benefits analyst in the UK, talked about Abigail working as a business analyst in Edmonton. What's the salary of a business analyst on the average? All right, and we're looking at the 3 major economies, the UK, Canada, and the US. In the UK, the average is about £52,500. In Canada, about 74,000 Canadian dollars. All right, not 6 figures, quite yet, but close to that. In the US, about 85,000 US dollars. And that's the average salary per annum for the business analyst role. Now, depending on the industry, you can also get a lot higher than that, all right? As a financial analyst, in the UK is about £51,000. In Canada, about 69,000, very close to 70,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, just a little bit over 74,000 US dollars. Data analytics, 40,000 per annum on the average in the UK. In Canada, about 64,000 Canadian dollars. And in the US, $72,000 US. HR analytics, $32,500 per annum in the UK. In Canada, 71,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, 62,000 US dollars. And of course, looking at the full stack data science, 55,000 pounds per annum in the UK. In Canada, 94,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, six figures, 121,000 US dollars. That's for the full stack data science. And in the UK, for data engineering, which is a role that gives you absolutely phenomenal salaries. In the UK, is about 65,000 pounds in the UK. In Canada, about 102,000 Canadian dollars, six figures. Also in the US, 134,000 US dollars. And for a Scrum Master, 52,000 pounds in the UK per annum. In Canada, 74,000 Canadian dollars, and in the US, 85,000 US dollars. So you see that third criteria that says high and rewarding salaries. All the jobs have high and rewarding, fantastic salaries. And last but not the least, cybersecurity in the UK, about 57,000 pounds per annum. In Canada, 140,000 Canadian dollars, six figures. And cybersecurity is one of the highest paying jobs across, especially in Canada and in the US. And in the US, six figures as well, 105,000 US dollars. All right. So looking at the salaries, absolutely fantastic. And like I mentioned, and I started with the fact that there's never been a better time to get into tech than now. In fact, 2024 is the game changer and is the year you get into tech. And I ask this question: in 2024, you see somebody swimming, trying to get back to the top of the ocean, trying to swim. So getting into tech in 2024, are you going to sink or are you going to swim? A lot of people always say that, oh, I'm going to get into tech. 2023 came past. 2024, January is almost gone, but 2024 is still very fresh and still very early. So I want you to type into the chat, 2024, you want to get into tech. You want to be a cybersecurity analyst, data analyst. Are you going to swim, get to the shores, achieve your goals? Or are you going to sink in the process of trying to do that or never get to do it at all? So type in sink or swim in the chat, and this ends my part of the session today. And Femena will be coming to walk us through those different career paths, the nitty-gritty. What does it take to become a cybersecurity analyst, a business analyst, a data analyst, and so on and so forth. Of course, I can see swim, swim, swim. 2024, my year of swimming from joy. Absolutely. And this is the time, like I say, 2024 is the best time for you to get into tech. Looking at the demand across the different economies, there's never been a better time to get into tech. Okay, fantastic, fantastic. I love the fact that you're all, on board and also following the session for today. So how can you get into any of these career paths that we've talked about? Femena is going to walk us through that, because a lot of people want to know, I've chosen cybersecurity, or I've chosen data analytics or data science or data engineering. What must I do to transition into any of these career paths? So Femena, over to you. Tell us exactly what we need to do.
All right, let's go. I love the energy, guys. You guys are swimming already. That's wonderful. Some people are swimming, some people are about to swim. Let's go. Let's jump into the pool and start working. Okay, and start swimming. All right, let's go. Just give me a second. I'm gonna share my screen and we'll start off from there. All right. Just give me a second. Okay, I'm showing already. All right. So now we're going to be talking about how to get started. A lot of you are wondering what to do, how to get started, and you have a lot of questions. Some people are already talking about, okay, let me even ask this question. Yeah, you see all the career paths that we are offering at this point in time. Okay, which of these career paths are you most interested in? Okay, so we have business analysis, data analytics, financial analytics, HR analytics, full stack data science, data engineering, Scrum Master, and cybersecurity. So these are the training programs that we're offering this year. Okay, so which of this training program are you interested in? Okay, So I can see data analytics, HR analytics, cybersecurity, EA or BA. All right. A lot of people are turned between data analytics or business analysis. Okay. Some people are using business analytics. I'm going to come back to that. Okay. All right. Data analytics, cybersecurity, data analytics, data engineering, either data analytics or Scrum. All right. So, all the career paths are here for you. And I'm going to be breaking it down into pieces, into smaller chunks for you to really understand what you need to do in order for you to start your journey in either or in all these career paths that we have on the screen. Okay. Yes, we do have data science. Okay, it's called the Full Stack Data Science Program. And when I get to that, I'll explain to you why we call it the Full Stack Data Science Program. Somebody said my volume is low. Adeza, can you confirm if my volume is low?
You're loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. Okay. All right. So you might want to turn up your volume of your device. All right. All right. Let's jump straight into it. Let's start first with the role of a business analyst. And you see, there's a lot of misconception about this role. A huge misconception about this role, the role of a business analyst. A lot of people think that business analysts and data analysts are the same thing. And that's why a lot of people would say, oh, I want to become a business analytics professional. All right. And, a lot of people use this word simultaneously, like, together, and they think they are the same thing. But these roles, business analysis, okay, and data analytics are two different roles. Now, the role of a business analyst, the best way for me to explain it to you is for you to understand better. Okay, the best way for me to do it is to tell you something. In every business, okay, in every business across the world, all right, every business is made up of three essential elements. All right, three essential elements. The first thing, okay, is people. Okay. All right. The first thing in every business, you must have employees. All right. You must have the founder. You must have the CEO, the CFO. You must have people within the organization. All right. That's the first thing that is very essential. The next thing is process. Okay. And I'll come back to explain process. And the last thing is the technology. All right. The technology. All right. So when you're looking at this organization, all right, we've talked about people. All right. Now we're looking at process. Now, every company you work with is a bunch of processes, even as small as, oh, if you want to go on leave, in your organization, what would you do? You will need to, there's a process you go through in order for you to get your leave approved, correct? So if you want to go on leave, what do? You probably send an email to your supervisor. Oh, dear Tom, dear Adeza, okay, kindly find below the details of my leave for the year 2024, blah, blah, blah. So your direct supervisor, all right, would need to approve before they send it over to HR for them to book you in for your leave, all right, for the year. So one thing that you should know is every organization has their process, all right? So if you are going on leave, if there is a process that you need to go through in order for you to go on leave, then you know that every other thing you need to do within the organization has process. Now, this is where the business analyst will come and do their work. Okay? This is where the business analyst does their work. The role of the business analyst is essentially to look at processes within the organization, and make it more efficient. All right? Look at these processes within the organization and make it more efficient and effective. All right? So that's the role of the business analyst, looking at business processes and seeing how they can make it better, make it more efficient. Now, a typical example I'll give to you. Let's just assume you got a job with an e-commerce firm like Jumia. Let's say you got a job with Jumia. Take, for example, all right? You got a job with Jumia, all right? And with Jumia, when you're working with Jumia, you found out that delivery, okay, all right, if somebody orders for a product on Jumia, it takes 3 days. I'm not saying it takes 3 days at the moment. That's not the case. But I'm just saying that hypothetical example, you got a job as a business analyst with Jumia, all right? When you see delivery, when somebody orders for a product on Jumia, it takes 3 days for that product to be delivered, all right? Now, you do what we call SWOT analysis. Okay? All right? To find out yeah, right, your strength, your weakness, your opportunities, and your threats. And you do this, and you do a lot of what we call benchmarking also, okay? Benchmarking, all right? All right? And you get to see that your competitors are delivering within 1 day, okay? What we call next day delivery. They're doing next day delivery, all right? So you see the process for delivery in your own organization called Jumia, you're doing it within 3 days, all right? You work with Jumia and delivery is within 3 days, all right? But your competitors are doing next day delivery, meaning that if a customer goes on your competitor platform, all right, they go on the platform, they order for a product, they are likely going to get it the next day. Okay. So you see, that would obviously affect your business performance. Okay. It means that majority of the customers that you should be getting ideally will be going to your competitors because they can guarantee next day delivery. Okay. So now, as the business analyst within this organization, okay, as the business analyst within this organization, you've done SWOT analysis, you've done benchmarking, and you've gotten to see that your competitors are doing better than you in what when we're talking about delivery process, okay? All right, when we're looking at the delivery process, okay, comparing the two organizations together, you're seeing that your competitors are doing it within a day, and you are doing yours in 3 days. Now, the business process, how can you make this process more efficient? All right, how can you reduce this from 3 days to next day delivery or same day, or even better, same day delivery? How can we achieve this? Now, that's your question. Now, this is the role of the business analyst. How can we achieve same day delivery or better still, next day delivery? All right. So you see this day business analyst it's not core analysis. You're not going to be doing all the analysis that the data scientist or the data analyst will be doing. Your key process, your key focus is how can we make this process more efficient? Now, there's something we call current state. Okay. All right. Current state. All right. Current state is what is happening at this point in time within the organization. So the current state is that we are doing it in 3 days. Our delivery process is done within 3 days. Okay. Now, there is something we call future state. And I love business analysis because these are things that you can absolutely resonate with. Okay. There's something we call future state. The future state is that you want to do it within a day, or same day. Okay, or what we call same day. So the current state is that you're doing it in 3 days, and the future state is that you want to do it within a day or same day delivery. Okay, that's the future state. So when you examine the current state, okay, you examine the current state, all right, and you examine what the future state should look like, you will find out that there is something that is hindering you. You'll find out that there is something that is hindering the current state moving to the future state. And that is what we call gap analysis. Okay, that's what we call gap analysis. That's when you now find out that, okay, when somebody orders on your platform, it has to go through to probably our office in Lagos. Somebody needs to confirm in our headquarters in Lagos State before that product can move from Akwa Ibom to Abuja. All right. So you see the process of going to Lagos first to get confirmation before that product can move from one location to the other is one of the reasons why the process is inefficient. So you're looking at how somebody can order immediately and that confirmation is done almost immediately and that product is moved from one location to the other. So that's when you start to do what we call gap analysis. So you see all these interesting things here. You don't see me talking about numbers. You don't see me talking about data. You don't see me talking about data. You don't see me talking about numbers. You don't see me talking about mathematics, statistics, nothing like that. So the role of a business analyst is just an enabler. They're just trying to make sure things are done properly and more efficiently. All right. So look at every business, like I mentioned, every business is made up of processes. And the role of the business analyst is essentially to come into the organization to see how to make that particular process a lot more efficient than it used to be before. All right. So that is what really makes the role of a business analyst in demand because they need people to come in to tell them to examine their current state, what is happening within the business at this point in time, and also determine the future state all right, that is more efficient, that is more effective. So how do we move from our current state to our future state? How do we do gap analysis? How do we do SWOT analysis? How do we do benchmarking? And so on and so forth, all right? And I love the role of a business analyst because very simple, okay? Everybody is doing business analysis already, okay? One way or the other. You talk to people every day, okay? So you want to design a particular clothes. You are going for an Owambe, okay? You're going for a party and you want to get your tailor to make one very, very exotic native for you, an attire for you. What do? You have your requirements, you have your details, you have exactly what you want. So now the key thing is, how do you communicate this design that you want to the tailor? Okay, the tailor is like a software developer or a web developer or any kind of technical professional. You, the person, all right, that understands the design that you want. How do you communicate this design to that tailor to ensure that the tailor understands the design that you want? Do you understand? So everybody's a business analyst. You just don't know that you are doing business analysis. And that's where knowledge comes from. Okay, that's where knowledge comes from. That's where these kind of sessions come into play to enlighten you on the role of business analyst. Now, what has really evolved in the role of the business analyst is the key learning areas. Let's examine the key learning areas. What do you need to learn to become a business analyst? Okay, the first thing you see here is Excel, Power BI, and SQL. Okay, Excel, Power BI, and SQL. Now, this is more data analytics. It's related to data analytics. So you would learn Excel, Power BI, and SQL for data analytics. Now you will be puzzled. You'll be wondering, Ifemena, you mentioned earlier that this business analysis has nothing to do with data analytics. So why am I learning Excel? Why am I learning Power BI? And why am I learning SQL? Don't worry, that's why you're here. Okay, all right. So because of our wealth of experience, because we have been in the industry for over a decade and we are still in the industry, we've noticed certain trends with recruiters and organizations and companies. So companies are now looking for business analysts that have a spice of data analytics. Can you say spice? All right. They're looking for people that have spice. The way you're looking for, a good girl with, a spice of, some kind of quality. Okay. It's the same thing that businesses are, organization recruiters are now looking for business analysts with a spice of data analytics. Okay. And that's where you see new roles now. You see roles like what we call business data analyst. Okay. And I'll tell you, this is a secret between me and all 322 of us that are on the call. Let me tell you a secret, just between us. Don't tell any other person. Okay. Recruiters would, if you tell a recruiter that you have data analytics skills alongside business analysis skills, I can tell you for free, they will give you, you would have an IRN, you have an IRN in the interview process. Okay. You have that IRN in the interview process. Why? Because this is what they are looking for. They're looking for people that have a little bit of data analytics skills, not a little, that understand data analytics, that can perform data analytics, and they can use it in improving business processes. And that's exactly what we're going to teach you. Okay, so you learn Excel, Power BI, and SQL. We move into process mapping. I talked earlier, and I told you that every organization is made up of different processes. If you want to order a product on Amazon, for example, what do? You go to the website. Okay, that's the first thing in the process. You go to the website, you select the product you want to buy, you click on the product, okay, you add to cart is another step in the process. After adding to cart, okay, if you want to continue shopping or you want to pay, you have to go to your cart, then you make payment, so on and so forth. So you see, that's a process that you go through in order for you to purchase a product on Amazon. So now you need to be a master in process mapping. So that's what we're going to teach you. We'll teach you process mapping, how to design process map using Drawdoor, using Lucidchart, using Draw.io or any other visual, representative tool. Okay. We'll also teach you project initiation planning. We'll teach you Agile and Scrum for projects. We'll teach you software development lifecycle. We'll teach you requirement fundamentals, elicitation, stakeholder analysis, and ChatGPT for business analysis. Now, you see, everything is combined together, is infused together to ensure that you become that future-proof business analyst that you're looking to become. Okay, so from data analytics skills, you would learn that, you would learn the core BA skills, you would also learn an AI skills also to ensure that you are above the pack when you're interviewing for the role of any business analyst role out there. Okay, now guess what? The timeline for learning this program, for learning business analysis, is just 4 months. Okay, 4 months, 2 months of immersive learning. Can you say immersive? Immersive learning, and I enjoy it. All right, immersive learning for 2 months, and you get 2 months free virtual internship. 2 months of free virtual internship. Now, in this internship, you are going to be managing a web app. Okay, and you're going to be working on a very, very interesting real life project, and you'll be deploying it in real time. You'll be deploying that project in real time. All right. So it's very exciting, and I'm usually very excited to talk about this because, the role of a business analyst is such in demand. And when Adeza talked about the skills that are likely going to be in demand in the future, business analysts cannot go anywhere because they deal with how to ensure the business processes are done more efficiently and more effectively than they used to be. All right. So these are the things you would learn. Okay, these are the things you need to learn in order for you to succeed in the job market in 2024, in order for you to become a business analyst. Okay. All right. Fantastic. I love this. I can see my people in the chats, typing. Okay, that's good. Now let's explore the role of a data analyst. Like I mentioned earlier, a lot of people think that business analysis and data analytics are the same thing. No, they're not. All right. The business analyst is more focused on process. How can we make a process more efficient? Okay. What are the bottlenecks? What are the gaps? Okay, from the current state to the future state, how can we improve that particular process? Now, the data analyst, from the word itself, you know that this person is the data, this is the core data professional. Okay. All right. This is the core data professional. This is the person that is analyzing data, that is in charge, that is, that's going to be telling stories from the data. All right. So when you're talking about the role of a data analyst in any organization, they do two things. Okay. All right. The first one is descriptive analytics. That's number one. And number two is diagnostic analytics. A lot of people will be confused. What is descriptive analytics and which one is diagnostic analytics? Okay. But don't worry, calm down. I'll tell you exactly what you need to learn in order for you to understand this role fully, 100%. Okay. Now, the role of a data analyst, you're going to be doing two things. And I want you to just, like I said, take a piece of paper, take a pen, and jot things down so you can take things away from this session. Okay. All right. So the role of a data analyst, you're going to be doing two things: descriptive analytics and diagnostics analytics. Now, the role of descriptive analytics, you are answering a question called what happened. Okay, what happened? Okay, all right. Now, diagnostic analytics, you're answering the question, why did it happen? Okay. Why did it happen? So 2 questions. So the role of a data analyst, you're going to be answering these 2 questions every day of your life. Okay. If anything happens in the business, the CEO, the CFO, and then major stakeholders within the business, all right, will come and meet you. Why did it happen? Why did you make a loss? Why did you make a profit? Why did you get an increase in customer searches? Why did we do this? What happened? Do you understand? These are the 2 questions you'll be answering. You'll be using what to answer this question? You'll be using data, okay? Data to answer this question. Now, a lot of people will say it's data. Some people will say it's data. So anyhow you want to call it, guys, it's both of them are correct. If you say data, it is correct. If you say data, it is correct. There's no difference, okay? So you'll be using data to answer 2 questions. What happened and why did it happen? That's the role of a data analyst. That's what you'll be doing for your life, okay? You'll be answering questions, what happened and why did it happen? Now, let's take a typical example, all right? Let's say you're working with Tenalytics, okay? Or you're working with let's say Tenalytics, all right? And we have, Adisa ask you the question, or ask the data analyst within Tenalytics to say that, okay, can we see the number of people that we trained from January to December, from January to June last year. January to June last year. Let's see how many people we have trained January to June 2023. That's what happened. What happened between January 2023 to June 2023? That's where you now see the data analysts will come around with a visualization that looks like this. January, February, all right, March, April, and June. April, May, June, sorry. Okay, June. Okay, let's put it this way. All right. So you see in January, you see a visualization like this. You see visualizations like this. Okay, bar charts that looks like this. All right. Okay, and you see something that looks like this. Okay, all right. So you see a visualization that looks like this. This is exactly what happened from January to June 2023. And you say that, oh, in January, Analytics trained 5,000 people. In February, they did about 5,500 people. In March, they did 6,000 people. All right. In April, they did, let's say, 4,500 people. All right. In May, they did about 6,200 people. Or in June, they did about 15,000 people. All right. 15,000 people in June. So you see, there's been a trend over time. From that question you answered, what happened? Okay, you can see, you can tell a trend that, okay, from January to May, an average of 5,000 people per month is being trained by Analytics. Okay, you know exactly what happened. We trained 5,000 people in January. We trained 5,500 people in February. We trained 6,000 people in March. We trained 4,500 people in April, 6,200 people in May, and 15,200 people in June. All right. So from that, what happened? You would get more questions to ask. Okay. And the next question to ask is, why did it happen? Now, a very typical one that you would see from May to June, you see there's a significant jump from 6,000 people to about 15,000 people. That's when you now start to ask the question, why this jump? Why was there a significant jump from May to June? All right, why did it happen? What are the things that happened in June that required us to train about 15,000 people? All right, now that's when you now start to answer that question, why did it happen? Now, that's when you start to use your data analytics skills to answer this question. And you start to explore, okay, what marketing channels did we do? All right. If we use Instagram, did we use influencers? All right. If we used influencers, what influencers drove those numbers? If we did a particular marketing campaign, what marketing campaign did you do to drive those numbers? Do you understand? So from those analysis, from those things, you now start to find out the reasons why we're able to achieve 15,000 people in June. And the moment we know what happened in June, and we know why that particular accident happened in June, we can rinse and what we call rinse and repeat. We can rinse and repeat. All right. We can rinse and repeat to say that if we know what happened in June, we know the influencers we used, we know the marketing strategy we used, we know all the things that we put in place in order for us to achieve 15,000 people. All right. Let's use that same technology. Let's use the same strategy in order for us to drive more people. All right. And that's how you see businesses are growing exponentially because people are using data to make informed decision making. All right. They're using data to make informed decision. All right. Not guesswork, not based on gut feeling. Oh, I feel like, oh, I think it is this. All right. People are using data to make informed decision. Now, in order for us to drive those informed decisions, who comes up with those strategies? Who comes up with those analyses? It is the role of the data analyst. The data analyst is that professional that answers those two questions. What happened? And from what happened, you will start to drill in to find out why that particular thing happened. The moment you know that, you know why that particular thing happened, you can rinse and repeat and start to use it in other coming months to see how you can generate more revenue, to see how you can reduce your cost, to see how you can gain more customers, and so on and so forth. So you see, a lot of times you see, there was a question that came up online a few years ago. All right, and I'll just digress a little bit. Question came up online, was on LinkedIn. Somebody asked the question, how do you explain your role to your grandmother of 90 years old? Okay, all right, how do you explain your role, all right, how do you explain your role, okay, to your 90-year-old grandmother or grandfather? All right. Obviously, they don't know anything about computer. How do you explain to them the kind of role that you do, what you do in your organization? Now, a very simple example for a data analyst. All right. You see, businesses back in the days would likely go to meet in order for them to progress. Okay. Let's say about 20 years ago in Africa, 20 years ago. All right. In order for this business to progress, okay, business owners will go and meet their religious fathers. Okay, either your pastor, your imam, your traditional worshippers and all that, and start asking them questions. Okay, last month, I didn't get the money I was looking to get in my business. Okay, what should I do differently? All right. So they were depending on other external sources to tell them exactly what to do within the business in order for them to succeed. All right. So they needed, their pastors, their imam, their traditional worshippers, and all that in order for them to, tell me what to do. Okay. All right. But now, tell me exactly who the oracle is, who has replaced those people, the data analyst. So now, these people are not going to meet religious leaders anymore. They're reliant on the data analyst to tell, you are now the oracle. The data analyst is now the oracle within the business. All right. To tell them, this is what happened, this is why it happened, and this is what we need to do in order for us to continue, or in order for us to, reduce the risk that we're facing, and so on. Okay. So what do you need to learn to become a data analyst? What do you need to learn to become a data analyst? You need to have problem solving skills. All right. Problem solving skills. This one by far is one of the essential skill sets you need to have. So like I said earlier, you asked you two questions: what happened and why did it happen? So even from those questions, you know everything is a problem. You're trying to solve a problem. What happened? That's a problem. Why did it happen? Another problem. Do you understand? Now, you need to have very good problem solving skills. And I want you to take out time to look at roles, actual job roles of data analysts across your region. And you see, problem solving is something that is always significant, it's always constant in the job requirements. Now, how do you gain problem solving skills? Can you learn it? Can you learn problem solving? Absolutely, 100% yes. Okay. So you learn problem solving. Okay. That's the first thing you learn. You learn how to use what we call, the data analytics, framework. We have the CRIPS DM, the cross industry standard for data mining. We have the MISI approach. We have the 5 whys. We have so many techniques that we use for problem solving in the data analytics spectrum. Okay. Now, you would also learn Excel. Very important. Excel is still one of the most, used analytical tools in the industry. Okay. You will learn SQL, structured query language. You will learn Power BI. You will learn Tableau. You will learn data storytelling. Data storytelling. Can you remember that back in the days, whenever you want to tell a story, you would say what? Story. Once upon a time. All right. Can you remember those days? Okay. So now, as a data professional, you need to be able to tell a clear story with your data. What happened and why it happened. You're going to be communicating this to people. Now, how do you communicate it? Using the business story, using the business timeline. Okay. That's exactly what we call data storytelling. Okay. You would also get to work with AI tools like ChatGPT for analytics, and you would also get to work with Microsoft Fabrics for analytics. Have you guys heard of Microsoft Fabrics? Let me see in the chat. Let me see the people that have heard of Microsoft Fabrics. Yes, put a yes in the chat if you've heard of Microsoft Fabrics. Let me see the people. Okay, yeah, fantastic. I can see a lot of no's already. Only 1 year so far. Yes, I've heard of it. Okay, that's good. All right. See, Microsoft Fabrics is relatively new. All right. It came out last year, 2020. It came out 2023. All right. Relatively new. It's actually not even requested. Majority of the roles of a data analyst, nobody requests you to know how to use Microsoft Fabrics. But now you ask a question. Why are we teaching? Why are we teaching people Microsoft Fabrics? Why are we teaching people ChatGPT for analytics? It's very simple. We know where we're heading to. We know what the job market is going to be heading to in the next couple of years, okay? Even down the line this year. And it's very, very important that to let you know that ChatGPT will be one of the most in-demand requested skills for any tech professional, all right? I was speaking with a friend of mine that works with one of the top medical research firms. okay, medical research firm, okay, and it was telling me that it was it was hiring for the role of a data scientist and a data analyst, and he said something that really struck it for me, all right? And he told me that he's looking for people that know how to use ChatGPT, okay? Yes, you know how to do the analysis, okay? You know how to do the analysis, but how can you do those analysis faster using AI, okay? And that's exactly what we are going to be teaching you. Microsoft Fabric's also relatively new tool, very new tool, not in demand at the moment. But the reason why we are teaching it is because this year, all right, a lot of organizations are going to be looking to hire people that have experience using Microsoft Fabrics. Now, you know, all those times that you'll be saying that, oh, this thing just came out 2 years ago. Why are they looking for people with 2 years of experience on that same tool? All right, this is how you stay ahead of the curve. Okay, learning it early enough in order for you to know what to do when people are requesting for it. So when people are requesting for it, when people are still finding out what is Microsoft Fabrics, you would have used it, you would have learned it, you would have used it to work on projects, you would have deployed it, you know, working on your internship programs and so on. So you would have had that hands-on experience using Microsoft Fabrics, and you could then use it to even booga, okay, booga, all right, use it to booga, show all the recruiters you're getting called with, all right, to tell them that, oh, I know how to use Microsoft Fabrics. Oh, I know how to use ChatGPT for analytics. I know how to do data storytelling. I know the best visualization tools, which are Tableau, Power BI. I know how to use Excel. I know how to write my SQL syntax, optimize it, and so on. And most essentially, I have problem-solving skills. So those are the things you'll learn. The learning timeline is 4 months. 3 months of learning, immersive learning, okay, and 1 month of intensive internship, okay? Intensive internship. This is where you now start to use all the skills that you've learned in an actual work environment, okay? And you will see how that will boost your self-confidence, boost your experience, and you can always use that internship experience in order for you to push your CV forward to potential recruiters. All right, so these are the things that you need to learn in order for you to become a data analyst, okay? Now, so are we clear on the road, the difference between business analysis and data analytics? Put a 1 in the chat if you know now, if you are very confident within the difference between business analysis and data analytics. Put a 1 in the chat, number 1. Okay, people are putting yes, okay. All right, fantastic. Yes, fantastic. I love that. I love the energy. Energy, I love this energy. The more energy you give to me, the more I replicate. All right, let's go. Let's go. All right, that's fantastic. I love this. I won't lie to you guys. So now let's look at HR analytics, okay? HR analytics. And a lot of people are running away from HR, but they don't understand something. When I talked about businesses, all right, or organizations across the world, I said there are 3 teams that make up every business. Number 1 is people, okay? Number 2 is the process. And number 3 is the technology. All right, technology. All right. Now, process is the BA. The BA, that's the custodian of process to make it better. Okay. Now, technology will come to that when we get there. People is the HR that is in charge of people. All right. People within any organization, within any business, people, they are the most essential. They are the most essential. Without people, processes will fail. Without people, technology will also fail, because it is people that will drive those processes. It is also people that will drive the technology. It's people that will use the technology or build the technology or work with the technology. Process is the people that will drive the process. Okay, for approval, for this, for that, is the people that will drive those processes. So people, they are the king. Okay, all right, forget this is my crown. Okay, that's the crown. People are the main essential feature, the main essential, resource within any organization. Now, HR is that professional that is in charge of people. Now, you see the word analyst is in there. The word analyst is there. And that's where data comes in. All right? That's where data comes in. So the HR analytics professional is the person that uses people data. Okay? All right? People data, all right, to make the organization more efficient. Okay, all right. Use people data. Sorry, my pen is acting up. All right, use people data to make the people more efficient. Now, organizations have started to see that, all right, rather than always recruiting new people and getting them into the pipeline and so on and so forth, how can we retain people? How can we, identify high flyers? How can we identify performance? All right. How can we use data to know the kind of people to employ in the first place? All right. How do we know the right set of people to employ right from the onset, right from the recruitment process? How can we identify out of 10,000 people that would apply? How can we use data to the best applicant for that particular job role? Okay, how can we use data to tell a story for performance, employee performance? How can we use data to tell stories about employee benefits? How can we use data to optimize HR processes? How can we use data to, to tell stories about talent management and so on and so forth? All right. So organizations are starting to see that it is imperative for the HR professional to have analytic skills in order for them to use data to solve critical HR problems. Something like, what we call succession planning. Now, succession planning essentially is when you have a senior manager or maybe a CEO who is going to replace the CEO if something happens to the CEO, who is within the organization, who is that professional within the organization that can take the place of the CEO, the CFO, the same thing, or any other managerial role. All right. So there's something we call key man risk. And succession planning essentially is looking at that, is looking at the organization and using data to tell a story on how to fill in certain roles, how to identify talent within the organization and put them through, a certain particular performance timeline in order for them to take on, future roles in the future to make sure everything is, working out smoothly, more efficiently within the organization. So the HR professional basically is a data analyst, okay, that understands the HR workspace and uses data to make informed decision about people processes within the organization. Okay, so this is a very essential skill set that I honestly love. I won't lie to you. This is something I enjoy doing. I love HR analytics because, people are one of the most essential elements in any organization. So now using data to improve people's performance. All right. If you think it's impossible, absolutely very, very possible. How do you use people data to improve people's performance? Those are the things that you were learning during the HR analytics training program. All right. All right. Sorry, give me a second. I don't know why this is popping up. Sorry. Sorry, just give me a second. Share my screen again. Okay, yeah. So now moving on to the main thing, yeah. HR analytics. What do you need to learn to become the HR analyst? Okay. Same thing, like I said, if you look at the first 4 skills you need to learn, all right, the first 4 skills you need to learn, you'll see that it is the core role of the data analyst. Okay. It is the core role of the data analyst. So you will learn problem solving like a data analyst. You will learn Excel like a data analyst. You will learn Power BI like a data analyst. You will learn SQL like a data analyst. So the first thing you will learn is data analytics. All right. But now the key thing is you will now take it into HR. Okay. You will take it into the HR workspace and use data to solve critical HR problems. Okay, so you learn data analytics like a data analyst. So you learn problem solving, you learn Excel, you learn Power BI, you learn SQL. Then you take those skill sets and use it within the HR workspace. So you learn HR analytics and performance evaluation. You learn HR metrics and life cycle. You learn HR analysis and dashboarding. You learn collaboration and report automation. You learn how to build your case and create an action. And you learn ChatGPT for analytics. Okay, so you can still take on roles of a data analyst, and you could also apply for roles within HR analytics, HR analyst, talent analyst, people analyst, so on and so forth. All right, so you are a data analyst that is laser focused on using people data to answer critical people, problems within the organization. Now, financial analytics on the other hand, all right, these are the guys that deals with finance, okay? So these are data analysts that have financial skills and can use, they can use financial data to make informed decision within the organization. Now, if you look at every organization across the world, every business across the world, either financial or non-financial, or profit, non-profit making organization, they deal with money. Even a non-profit making organization, they deal with money. A charitable organization that is just for charity, okay, they deal with money. So they get funds from people, okay, and they disperse it to other organization or third-party organization or whatever the case might be. So money is entry, inflow, and there is outflow. So there are always going to be a demand for financial analysts. Okay. Now, the financial analytics training program is a combination of 3 career paths. It's a combination of 3 career paths. So we have corporate finance, okay? Corporate finance, okay? We have investment banking, okay? Investment banking, okay? All right. And last but not the least, data analytics, okay? Data analytics. All right. So this training program combines 3 career paths together: corporate finance, investment banking, and data analytics. Now, you see a lot of times, if you have friends in the financial space, you'll see they're working in corporate finance, they're working in investment houses. You can get a job as an investment analyst. You can also work as a data analyst, because you will still learn the skills of a data analyst. Now, what makes you different from a data analyst, okay, is your ability to use data analytics within the financial sector, within the financial space, okay? So you're going to be learning data analytics like the data analyst, but you are more laser focused on using financial data for informed decision making. Okay, so you can work as in the finance department of any organization. You can work in the finance department of literally any organization across the world. All right, you can work in the bank, you can work in investment houses, and so on. So, like I said, it combines 3 career paths together, which is corporate finance, investment banking, and data analytics. Now, you would learn the core skills of a data analyst. You will learn everything a data analyst will learn. You will learn problem solving, you will learn Excel, you will learn Power BI, and you will learn SQL. Now, the key thing is these are the skills of the data analyst, okay? But now you will now be laser focused on using data analytics to solve financial problems within the organization, okay? All right, so you learn accounting fundamentals. So even if you're a beginner, it takes you through the beginner stages of learning financial analysis. Okay, so you learn accounting fundamentals, you learn financial analysis, you learn financial modeling, you learn valuation, you learn sensitivity and scenario analysis, and you'd also learn ChatGPT for analytics. All right, so you are combining all these things together to give you the knowledge and skills in order for you to take on any financial role. All right. And a lot of people think that, oh, because I learned financial analytics, the only role I can apply to is financial analyst. There are other tons of roles that exist. And if you have enough time, I'm going to take you through some of the roles that you can actually apply to. All right. So when you're talking about financial analytics, so you're learning data analytics like a data analyst. But now the key difference is you are laser focused on the financial industry. All right, on the finance industry. So you're looking at how you can apply data analytics within finance. All right. So if you've always wanted to be in the financial space, all right, or you want to be in the tech space of the financial space, okay, all right, how do you use tech within finance? So this is where you're using data analytics to solve financial problems. Okay, so you will learn data analytics like the data analyst, just repeating that, or you take that knowledge of data analytics and use it within finance. How can you use data analytics to do financial analysis? How can you use data analytics for financial modeling? How can you use data analytics for valuation? How can you use data analytics for sensitivity and scenario building analysis? How can you use ChatGPT for analytics within the financial space? All right. So these are things combined together in order for you to become a financial analytics professional. Now, the learning timeline for you to become a financial analyst is 4 months. Okay, 3 months of learning, 3 months of immersive learning, and 1 month of free virtual internship. 1 month where you're going to be using data analytics to solve real life and financial problems. Okay, and you'll be working with real life scenarios, working with top professionals across the world to solve this particular problem. So Now, we've talked about data analytics, we've talked about business analysis, we've talked about HR analytics, and we've talked about financial analytics. Okay, all right. Now, the next role is the role of a data scientist, which we call the full stack data science program, okay? Which we call the full stack data science program. Now, a lot of people don't understand the role of a data scientist, okay? And I'm going to explain the best way I can. Now, looking at the role of a data scientist, you would also be answering 3 questions: descriptive analytics, diagnostic analytics, and predictive analytics. Now, these 2, okay, can you guys tell me what is descriptive analytics and what is diagnostic analytics? Okay, can you guys tell me the difference? What is descriptive analytics and what is diagnostic analytics? Can you guys remember from the role of a data analyst, 2 things were asked: what and why it happened? Fantastic, Chukwuemeka. Okay, all right. Fantastic, that's beautiful. What happened, which is what is descriptive analytics? What happened? Okay. Okay, what happened? And diagnostic is to diagnose why did it happen. Okay. Okay, why did it happen? Now, the role of the data scientist, okay, would involve one additional question, which is predictive analytics, and that is what will happen? What will happen? Okay, what will happen? So still using the scenario of Tenalytics, okay? Still using the scenario of Tenalytics, where we have January, February, March, April, May, June. All right, and you remember the numbers. I'm just going to use another set of numbers, okay? All right. I'm going to use another set of numbers. So we did, let's say 5,000, we did another 5,500, we did 4,500, we did 6,100, we did 6,500, and we did 10,000 over here. Okay, so these are the number of people we trained in Tenalytics. So you see the first question, which is what happened. That's exactly what this visualization has done for us. What happened? What happened in January? We trained 5,000 people. What happened in February? We trained 5,500 people. What happened in March? We trained 4,500 people. What happened in April? 6,100, 6,500 for March, for May, and 10,000 people in June. So we know what happened. Now we need to figure out why that particular thing happened. Why did we train 10,000 people in June? Okay, why did we train 10,000 people in June? So from January to May, we've done an average of about 5,000 people month on month. Okay, but in June we did 10,000. So we need to find out why did that particular thing happen? How were we able to generate 10,000 people in the month of June? All right. Now, once you figure out what happened in June, okay, we need to know what would happen from June, July, okay, July all the way to December. Okay, we need to predict what would happen from June to this July to December, the same particular year. We want to find out what would happen from July to December 2023. Okay, we know what happened from January to June. But we want to extrapolate, we want to forecast what would happen from July to December 2023. That is where the data scientist will come inside. The data analyst cannot do predictive analytics. The data analyst role does not involve predictive analytics, doing forecast, doing machine learning, and all those kind of advanced statistical analysis. The role of a data analyst doesn't incorporate that. Okay, so it's the data scientist, in order for them to forecast what would happen, okay, what would happen July to December, that's where, the data scientists will come in to start to use what we call statistical modeling, okay? Statistical modeling, all right? You start to do what we call machine learning, ML for short, machine learning. You start to do your forecasting, okay? You start to do your forecasting and so on and so forth. So in order for them to predict what will happen. So this is, at this point, being a data scientist, this is where your statistics comes in play. So you have to learn statistics, and we'll talk about all the things you need to learn. Okay, but essentially, this is what the role of a data scientist all entails and why it is different from the role of a data analyst. Now, another key feature is the key difference between data analytics and data science is data, the type of data that they deal with, type of data that they deal with. Now, the data analyst, okay, the data analyst, DA, will deal with what we call structured data. Okay, structured data. Okay, we deal with structured data. Okay, pardon my writing. Now, structured data, basically, they are data that is structured. Okay, data that is structured. So basically, it means that data that are in rows and column. Rows and column. So if you ever open an Excel sheet, you see everything is in what? In rows and in columns. Some people will say column. It depends. Any how you can pronounce it, it's fine. So it's in rows and column. Structured data, they are in rows and column. Now, you see these rows and column. Basically, you have, let's say, or you have it structured in this way in rows and column. That's a structured data. All right. So now the data analyst will work with only structured data, would work with only structured data. But the data scientist, on the other hand, will work with what we call structured, okay, and unstructured data. Okay, they work with both structured and unstructured data. Okay, meaning that they would work with tabular data, okay, that are in rows and column. Okay, that's the structured data. And unstructured data, they are data that cannot be put in rows and column. So unstructured data on the flip side, they are data points that cannot be put in rows and column. So you see your structured data is in rows and columns. So if you go on Excel, you do Excel, you go on Excel, you go on, a database, a relational database, you see it is structured in rows and column. Okay. So you have an header and you have items under the header. A very typical, very good example of structured data is name, okay, animal. I know we all play this game. Place, okay, and thing, okay, all right. So under name, we have ABC. We have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all the way down to the end, okay, all right. So I call on A. You see, yeah, you see Amaka, okay, animal, antelope, place, Akure, thing, anvil, okay, and so on. So it is structured. This is row A, row B, row C. This is what we call structured data. Unstructured data, on the other hand, are data that cannot fit into rows and column. They are data that cannot fit into rows and column. All right, that's what we call unstructured data. All right. So a very typical example is is picture. Okay, so the example of a picture, how do you put a picture in rows and column? Impossible. That's why it's called unstructured. An audio file, okay, another unstructured data. What else? A video file, these are unstructured data. Okay, so the data scientists will get to work with both structured and unstructured data, while the data analysts will work with only structured data. All right, so you see, these are the key roles of the difference between the data analyst and the data scientist. Now, the data scientist, obviously, like I said, answers three critical questions. What happened? Why did it happen? And what will eventually happen? Forecast, okay? Forecast. Now, the key learning areas, you see this is a lot different from that of a data analyst. So you will learn statistics. That's the first thing you need to learn. A lot of people run away from statistics, but I will tell you that statistics is one of the easiest things you can learn, all right? Especially you going to analytics, okay? It's one of the fantastic things to learn, okay? Because there are certain things that we learned while we were in secondary school, university, that we thought were useless, okay? That we never get to use. And the reason why we never taught that was because of the way we were taught, okay? So you will learn statistics from beginner level without any experience. You will learn statistics. You move into Microsoft Excel. All right. You move into Microsoft Excel and you use Excel to perform descriptive, diagnostic, and predictive analytics. All right. So you use it, you see it here, forecasting and predictive analytics using Microsoft Excel. A lot of people don't think you can do, statistical modeling or forecasting in Excel, but we'll teach you how to do that. Also, you learn a Tableau for data analytics, meaning that you use a Tableau for descriptive, diagnostic, and predictive analytics. So you would use Tableau for predictive analytics. You would also learn SQL, okay? You will now move into Python programming language. So you learn Python. You will learn what we call exploratory data analysis, okay? You will learn how to perform your univariate analysis, bivariate analysis, and multivariate analysis, okay? You'll then move into machine learning. You'll learn computer vision. You will learn GitHub for version control. You would also get to work with ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot for coding, and you get to work with Microsoft Fabrics for analytics. Okay, so you learn all these fantastic things. All right, and this is one of the reasons why we've had a very high success rate, people getting jobs in data science. Now, a lot of people think you need to break the bank, you need to break your head, you need to learn as much as possible, learn plenty of things in order for you to get your job in data science. Okay, but this is the career path that we've used in gaining to helping people get their first job as data scientists in top organizations across the world. All right. So the learning timeline for this is for 4 months, 3 months of learning, and 1 month of immersive internship. All right, 1 month of immersive internship. Okay, so that's the role of a data scientist. Now, moving on to the next one, data engineering. I don't want to waste too much time. All right, the role of a data engineer. Okay, now this is the role of a data engineer is a very interesting one. Okay, the role of a data engineer is a very interesting one, and I'd like to use a particular scenario to explain the role of a data engineer. All right. All right. So the role of a data engineer is essentially let's call this person a plumber. Okay. All right. And I'll explain why we call it a plumber. Okay. So let's take, for example, let me just pick somebody's name on the call currently. So let me say Ola. Okay. Ola just sent a message. Ola, let's say this is Ola. Ola is selling, Ola sells, let's say, phones. All right, second-hand phones on Instagram. He sells phones essentially. All right. So Ola sells phones, okay, but sells this phone on Facebook. Ola is selling this phone, this same phones, selling it on Instagram. So I'll use Insta. All right. Ola is also selling phones on TikTok. Okay. All right. Ola is also selling phone on the website, as a website. Okay. So 4 places, I mean, Ola sells phones. Okay. So Ola sells phones on Facebook, on Instagram, on TikTok, and on his website. All right. So anywhere, anywhere you search for Ola, you will get Ola, and you should be able to buy your phone on any of these 4 platforms. All right. So year end, okay, year end 2023. All right. Ola wants to decide, he wants to know which of this platform did I buy which of this platform made the most sales, okay, made the most sales, okay, all right. Which of these 4 platforms did Ola made the most sales, okay, all right. So now, in order for Ola to answer this question, all right, Ola needs to get the sales data, okay? Sales data, okay? All right, it needs to get the sales data from Facebook into one location, okay? Also, the sales data from Instagram, it needs to bring it into this place. The sales data from TikTok, bring it here. The sales data from the website, bring it into this place. So essentially, for Ola to answer that question, it needs all the data points from all 4 locations. All right. In order for Ola to answer that question, where did I make the most sales? All right. Ola needs to get the sales data from Facebook into, I'll call this a data warehouse. Okay. it needs all the data from this Facebook data into a central location. From Instagram, all the sales that happen on Instagram, bring it into the central warehouse. Also, all the sales from TikTok, bring it into this place. All the sales from the website, bring it into this place. Now, you see all the 4 places we have here. So once you have all the data from Facebook, from Instagram, from TikTok, and from the website in this central location, then you see Ola will be able to answer that question. All right. And that's where you now see the visualization. Okay. That's where people now see visualization to see that, okay, majority of the sales were from the website, followed by TikTok. All right. Then Instagram is the least, and we have Facebook as the next one. In order for them to answer this question, in order for Ola to answer that question, what platform made the most sales? All right. All the sales data from all 4 places must be in a central location. Now, who do you think moves the data from Facebook to the data warehouse? Who do you think moves the data from Instagram to the data warehouse? Who do you think moves the data from TikTok to the data warehouse and from the website to the data warehouse? All right, that's the role of the data engineer. So you see this movement is what we call a pipeline. It's a pipe, okay? It's called a pipeline, data pipeline. So if you've ever heard of data pipeline, have you guys heard of data pipeline before? Let me see the people in the chat. Okay. Have you heard of data pipeline before? Yes. Okay. So that's exactly what we call a data pipeline. So you see data, okay? Data is currently in a particular, I'll call it a data source. This is a data source, okay? All right. Basically, it means that it's a source where you are generating sales data. So you are selling on Facebook, meaning that when you purchase, when a customer comes to your Facebook page and pays for a particular phone via Facebook, that transaction is from Facebook. All right. Sales data is recorded from Facebook. The same thing with Instagram. So Instagram also is another data source. TikTok is another data source. Website is another data source for sales data, okay? For sales data. So in order for the analysts to do their work, to do the analysis that we talked about, okay? The descriptive, the diagnostic analytics, where did you make the most sales? Why did you make the most sales? In order for the data analyst and the data scientist to be able to use data to answer critical questions, the data engineer is that person that will make the data available, okay? That will make the data available, okay? But because without data, the data analyst, the data scientist would not be able to do their job, all right? So the data engineer is that person that will build what we call data pipelines to extract, okay, transform, and load the data, okay? So you extract data from Facebook, transform it to clean it up, and load it into the data warehouse. And it will perform the same process for all 3 other channels. Instagram, extract the data from Instagram, transform the data, and load it into a data warehouse. So that is what we call ETL. Extract, okay, transform, okay, and load, okay, all right? So you see, extract the data from TikTok, transform the data, that's to clean it up, deal with missing values, incorrect data, structure of the data, basically transform and ensure it is clean enough and load it into the data warehouse. And the same thing for the website. So that's exactly what the role of a data engineer is, okay? Basically moving data from data source to a data destination, okay? From one location to another location, okay? So the key role of a data engineer, the learning areas, you will learn SQL, okay? You learn the introduction to data engineering, first of all right? So introducing you to data engineering. So even if you're a beginner and you're just getting started, you will learn the introduction to data engineering. What's a database? What's a data warehouse? What's a data lake? What's OLAP? What is OLTP? And all the key things about cloud computing and so on and so forth. So you will learn all the things that you need to learn in order for you to get started in data engineering. Then you move into SQL, structured query language. Now you move into Python programming, you move into Linux, all right? So you'll be learning all the key technologies you need to learn in order for you to become a data engineer, all right? So from SQL to Python to Linux, all right? So building custom ETL pipelines, like I mentioned earlier, ETL, extract, transform, and load pipelines. Okay, so you get to work with different database structures, you get to work with API, you get to work with web scraping applications, and so on. Then you move into Apache Spark, you move into Apache Airflow for data pipeline automation. All right. You get to work with AWS Cloud Engineering. You get to work with GitHub for version control. I also get to work with ChatGPT and GitHub Copilot. Okay. All right. So those are the things that you would learn. Okay. Looking at how you can become a data engineer. So now the data engineering career path is the learning course is for 3 months. You learn this in 3 months. You learn all this within 3 months, and you also get 2 months of immersive internship. All right, you get 2 months of immersive internship where you get to work on more projects. Okay, in data engineering. So these are the things you learn, and this is the duration you need to learn it in order for you to become a data engineer. All right. Now, the Scrum Master essentially is a very interesting career path. I won't lie to you. All right, because I saw the need for this in real time. Okay, I saw the need for a Scrum Master in any project in real time. All right, and you don't know the role of a Scrum Master. Okay, you don't know the importance of the role of a Scrum Master until you see it play in real life. Okay, now take for example, and I'm just going to use a very typical example. This is going to be very quick. All right, now have you ever noticed? Have you ever tried something on let's take Instagram, for example. You go on Instagram and you know that anytime you click on the share button, okay, you will see that, oh, in order for you to share this particular item, in order for you to share this particular, let's say you want to share a reel with a friend of yours, there's been a particular way you share that reel with your friend. But you'll notice that one day you just go to Instagram and you find out the way you used to share the reel just a few hours ago, all of a sudden that structure has been changed. Have anybody been in that situation before? All right. You just see that the way you used to do something on that application before would have just changed overnight or within a few hours. I tried doing this 2 hours ago. All right. And you find out that, a new update has been released. And the way you used to do it probably like a day ago, okay, has been changed. And now there's a new way of you adjusting it. Yes, all right. Even on YouTube, the same thing. So if you have been in those situations before, let me see in the chat. So somebody said yes, they've seen that on YouTube. Yes, exactly, on WhatsApp. You see, you just get an update and you get this update frequently, even on your phone. If you're using the Android phone, if you're using the Samsung, I don't know about any other, but I know I use a Samsung. So you see, you get updates. All of a sudden, your phone will just be telling you to prompt you to update. And all of a sudden, when you update it, you see that the way you do a certain process before has been updated. And you can get that update like 2-3 times in a month. You can get it like 4 times in a year, depending on the product, depending on the software, depending on the application, and so on and so forth. Now, let me explain what this is happening. Okay, yes, even some bank apps. So let me explain the role of the Scrum Master. All right. So before, in order for them to push out, let's say new updates. Okay. Before, let's say this is before. Okay. In order for them to push out new updates, okay, there is usually what we call a cycle. Okay. There is a cycle. Okay. And most times this cycle is within 1 year. All right. Within 1 year. Before, this is what used to happen. So if you look at products, even your Microsoft, your Windows or your laptop, you see it comes out every year. Every year, there's a new update. There is a new upgrade. There's a new upgrade. So for applications, usually they take them, for them to get this new update, it takes before the advent of Scrum, okay? All right? It usually takes them like a year to get this new update pushed out, okay? So that the end users, the users will get to use it. So this pushing out, before they get to that push out, it will go through a cycle. Now this cycle is basically planning. They'll plan first, all right? They will design, okay? They will develop, okay? They'll develop it, okay? They will test, okay? And then before they deploy, okay? So this 1 year, this cycle, the organization will plan that particular design they want to do. They will design it, they'll plan first, they will design, they will develop, they will test, and they will deploy. All right. And this usually takes like 1 year for the end user, before the end user will get to see that product. Okay. So now the key question is, why do we need to wait this long before the end user will get the end result of our work? And most times they've seen that when you deploy, that is not what the customer is looking for. All right. When they deploy, that's when they'll now find out that there's a lot of issues, there's a lot of complaints from the user. All right. So, most of the time they now saw that waiting a long period of like a year, waiting for a long period like a year, in order for them to deploy a new feature, all right, is not worth it. It's very expensive. It's very daunting. It's very disappointing. Waiting 1 year to work on a new feature, and you now find out that that feature is irrelevant. It's not relevant anymore. People don't need it anymore. All right. So what people have done is, what the Scrum Master has done is, how can we do this in less the time? Okay, that's the whole essence. Breaking it down, all right, to ensure that we can get this done in faster, more efficient, timeline. All right. So this cycle: plan, design, develop, test, deploy. How can we do it faster within a shorter period of time? Let's say within a month, within 1 month. How can we break down this cycle of 1 year into 1 month? Now you see, if you are doing a website, let's say you want to upgrade your website, all right? So rather than working on the entire website at once, all at the same time, all right? Rather than working on the entire website, all the pages, the home page, the About Us page, every page, rather than working on everything at the same time, all right? What the Scrum Master would do would break it down into what we call sprint. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's say the home page, let's say the first sprint will be redesign the home page. Okay. Redesign the home page of the website. Okay. All right. Redesign the home page of the website. So they'll plan within 1 month. That's what they want to do. 1 month. They want to redesign the home page. All right. So they'll do what? They'll plan, they will design, they'll deploy, they'll develop, test, and deploy within a month. Just the home page, not the entire website, not the high-end features of the website. Okay. They'll just look at the home page and see, how can we ensure this home page is deployed within a month? Okay. So once they do that, they will plan, they will design, they'll develop, they'll test, and deploy within a month for the home page. All right. And that's where you now see certain features on platforms like Instagram or WhatsApp. All right. One feature can just be coming out almost every other week, every 2 weeks, a new feature is coming out. All right. Maybe it's the share, it could be the share button that they are readjusting, moving it from this place, they'll move it to the top over here. That's one feature, moving it from this place to this place. Okay. When you hold on one picture, something happens. Okay, that's another feature. So they'll be doing those features one after the other, breaking it down, into what we call sprints. Okay, into sprints, to see how, in order for us to redesign the website, rather than doing everything end to end, and might take us a year, how do we break it down into weekly, monthly sprints or targets? All right, and ensure that at the end of, before that 1 year, we would have deployed the full website. Okay, would have deployed the full website. So that's where Scrum comes in play. All right, to ensure that things are done more efficiently and effectively. All right, so those are the things that you learn. Okay, so you see, in order for you to learn Scrum, very easy. Introduction to Scrum, beginner-friendly training program, like every other training program that we have. Introduction to Scrum, the Scrum team and artifacts, the Scrum artifact, that's increment and sprint backlogs. We'll talk about Scrum events, Nexus Scale Scrum, and preparation for the PSM examination. Now, the learning timeline is for 2 months, 1 month of immersive learning and 1 month of intensive internship. So you get 1 month, one month of free intensive internship where you get to work on a real life project, exactly like we talked about. All right. So introduction to Scrum, the Scrum team and artifacts, the Scrum artifact increment and sprint backlogs. We'll talk about the Scrum event. We'll talk about Nexus Scaled Scrum, and we'll talk about the, we'll prepare you for the PSM examination. All right. So you get to work with tools like Jira and Trello, okay, alongside the training program. Okay. Now, the next thing is cybersecurity. This is the last career path we're going to talk about today. Okay. Now, cybersecurity is definitely it's in high demand. Okay, it's in high demand. So if you personally, all right, your WhatsApp, like your mothers and fathers will say, I don't know about yours, but mine will say it was up. Okay, if your WhatsApp, you're having what we call two-factor authentication. You are a single individual, just you in your sitting room, you within your local environment. All right, all right. Your WhatsApp has two-factor authentication. Why do you have two-factor authentication on WhatsApp? Meaning that you have the normal login, you have your password, okay? But you have an additional level of security, which is either another passcode that you must put in every day or every 2 days or every hour or whatever the case may be. So you have two-factor authenticator for your WhatsApp. So you personally, that if somebody asks your WhatsApp, okay, how much can they steal from your organization, from your WhatsApp? All right. So this particular thing happened to me. So a friend of mine's WhatsApp was hacked, and the person that hacked the WhatsApp sent me a message demanding for 30,000 naira. Okay, telling me that, oh, do you know what? He wants to make payment to somebody, but he has exceeded his target for the day. Can I send, the person, not to him, to send this person the money, all right, that you will refund me. Being a very good friend of mine, do you understand? I never hesitated, like, okay, this is my guy, this is my friend. I sent that person, that account number, 30,000 naira. Okay. So what really ticked it off for me was the guy coming back to ask for another 30,000 naira to make it 60,000 naira. And that's where, my red flag turned up to say that something is wrong. This guy would have not asked me for money twice, okay? Would have asked me once and, let it go, okay? So that's what ticked it up for me. And at that point in time, I started asking questions, okay? Who are you? Like, tell me something about myself. Where did we meet? And so on. I was asking more personal questions. I knew the person could not answer, all right? So you see, if a WhatsApp from a regular individual somewhere could be hacked, okay? And certain information was stolen, all right? Take, for example, my phone number was gotten from his WhatsApp, and it was used to perpetrate fraud, okay? All right, I was scammed from that particular activity. From just somebody's WhatsApp, one or several other people were scammed. I think about 5 of his friends, 5 to 10 of his friends were scammed from that his WhatsApp. Now imagine an organization that has over 10 million subscribers, a bank, okay, that has millions of users. All right. So imagine if that platform was hacked and certain information was stolen from the platform. Imagine the amount of fraud that could actually be perpetrated. So you see, organizations have started to see that, or they've seen, okay, look at the likes of Patricia, for example. Patricia was hacked, okay? And now, guess what? It has led to the downfall. Well, I won't say downfall, but it has really crippled the business big time. All right. So if a business like Patricia was hacked and, certain information was stolen, certain money were moved out of the account. So you see, the demand for cybersecurity that's what has led to the increase in the demand for cybersecurity. How can we guide ourselves? How can the business guide itself against external threats, against cyber threats, against scammers, against hackers, and so on and so forth? All right. How do we protect our systems? So that's exactly what cybersecurity analysts are in demand for. And I will lie to you, these guys are one of the highest paid in the industry. Data engineers, cybersecurity analysts are one of the highest paid in the industry at this point in time. All right. So you can check it out yourself. It's there online. All right. So, what do you need to learn to become a cybersecurity analyst? First, you need to get introduced to cybersecurity, okay? Because nobody learned this in school, okay? You need to get introduced to cybersecurity. What is cybersecurity? What are the key features you need to learn? So on and so forth. You move into the foundations of computing and networking, information security principles, offensive and defensive cybersecurity, cryptography basics, cyber threat and attacks, network security, endpoint security, web application security, cloud security, incident report and forensics, and cybersecurity policies and compliance. So you learn all this together in order for you to become a cybersecurity analyst. Now, the learning curve for this particular training program is 4 months. All right, 3 months of immersive learning and 1 month of intensive internship. Okay, intensive internship. So you have 1 month to work on a real life project, working on a real life project where you'll be deploying and using all the skills you've learned in cybersecurity to defend, attack, and also build very, very robust cybersecurity framework around the business systems. Okay, so that's cybersecurity. So if you're looking to become a cybersecurity analyst here, this is the best platform you should be on. All right. So AI engineering is coming soon. All right, this is where you get to work with, technologies like Google Teachable Machines. You get to work with data robots. You get to work with AWS SageMaker, ChatGPT and its plugins. You get to build your own custom GPT plugins. You get to work with Bard and Bing. You get to work with prompt engineering and so much more. Okay, so these are the things that we're bringing to bear. So this is coming soon. All right. So can a beginner learn cybersecurity in 3 months? Absolutely. Okay, 100%. Our curriculum is structured in a way that it is designed for beginners. All right, designed for beginners looking to transition all the career paths, all designed for beginners for you to get started. Now, the key question you'll be asking yourself, why should you train with analytics? Why should you train with us? Why, if you're looking to become a business analyst, you're looking to become a data analyst, you're looking to become a data scientist, data engineer, or any career path of your choice, why should you choose analytics? A quick question that you'll be asking yourself. Now, let's dive into that in the next few seconds, okay? Now, looking at our achievements in 2023, we helped 850 plus people, 850 plus people transition from classroom to getting their first job in the tech space. Now, the key number here is 850. Now, if you doubt that number, we have evidence. I don't know about we have evidence to show you that 850 plus people transition from classroom to getting their first job. And these are showing you some testimonials already. We have more in the pipeline that we're still going to show you. Just to tell you that, just to give you that confidence that we have done it. Okay, we are not just talk, we're not just all talk, we have done it. Now, the key thing you need to understand is from classroom, you need to understand, I need to break it down to you, okay? I need to break it down from classroom into their first job, from classroom, meaning that these guys had no prior experience, okay? We had people that were navigating careers, they were business analysts, that learned data analytics and got jobs as business data analyst or data analyst. We have people that were data analysts looking to become data scientists, okay, that learned data science and became data scientists. We have people that had a background in data science or data analytics and wanted to become data engineers and came to the data engineering program, got a job as a data engineer. Those people, we did not really, we obviously they're part of our numbers, all right? But these 850 people that we're talking about are people without any prior experience. Okay, and we're really proud about this number because from classroom, no prior experience. We had stay-at-home mothers, we had people that had no background, all right, people that were working as bakers, that were baking in Nigeria, relocated to Canada, learned the training program, and went on to get a job in the career path. So these people had no prior experience and they were able to transition to getting their first job in the tech space. So if you're looking at that, to doing that this year, we want to double this number, okay? We don't want 850 anymore. We want thousands of people to get jobs this year, all right? To getting a job in the UK, in the US, in Canada, anywhere in Europe, in Asia, in Africa. So if you're looking to get started this year, all right, this is the best platform to be on, all right? And I'll tell you the reason why we're going to achieve double this number this year. I'll tell you the things that we're putting in play to ensure that we're getting double of this number this year, okay? So why should you train with us, okay? Very elaborate. I'm going to use another like 5-10 minutes to go through this, okay? Up-to-date curriculum. So you notice from all my conversations so far, every part of the curriculum has been up to date. Even things that are down in the future have been added to the curriculum to ensure its robustness. Okay, so you're talking about data analytics, you're learning ChatGPT, you're learning what do you call it? You're learning ChatGPT, you're learning Microsoft Fabrics. The same thing with business analysis, you're learning data analytics skills. So you see, when you take a look at the curriculum and every other training program like that, you are learning in-demand skills, things that are in demand, things that recruiters are looking for, employers are looking for. So you are getting an in-demand curriculum, up-to-date curriculum. All right, you get to learn from industry experts, people that currently have a wealth of experience in the field, coming to teach you and hold you and guide you through your desired career. Next one is blended training delivery. Blended training delivery. All right. So a key question that we have answered and we have gotten so good at is how do we have slow learners and fast learners in the same class? All right. Some people are visual learners that when they see, they know already. Some people, they need to practice 2-3 times in order for them to get it. Now, the key question is, how do we combine these two people in the same class? And we answer that question using our blended training delivery. So you're a fast learner, you're a slow learner, don't worry, we got you. Okay, we have you covered. So the blended training delivery essentially is a combination of two things. We have the live classes that happens every weekend, all right? And we have Watch Me Do It videos, WMDI, okay? Watch Me Do It videos. Now, this Watch Me Do It videos are bite-sized videos. 15, 10 minutes long videos, all right, that explain certain concepts to you in a more precise, in a more shorter duration, and also allows you to practice at your own pace. So it's a mixture of self-paced learning curriculum and live classes. So you have the self-paced material, which is called the Watch Me Do It videos, combined with the live classes that you have every weekend. So it's blended. So if you're a slow learner, okay, you learn in class, classes are recorded, so you can always revisit the classes that are recorded. And we also have bite-sized videos called the Watch Me Do It videos that would also allow you practice at your own pace, okay? So if you're a fast learner, fine. If you're a slow learner, fine. Everybody's moving at their own pace, also to ensure that they get the desired results. Now, additional employability services, we'll talk more about that, and you see how robust our employability services. Okay. We also have the internship designed to simulate real-life work environment. So if you're looking to gain hands-on experience, so what has really helped our participants gain that experience under a short period of time is the internship. All right. A lot of people finish other training programs and they are looking for free internship. Can I get free internship? I get a lot of messages from people that have completed training programs from other, training programs coming to meet me to tell me, oh, I just completed a training program. I'm looking for internship. I don't mind not getting paid. Do you understand? Now, that's what we run away from. So the internship is designed to to simulate a real life work example, real life work environment to get you that real life experience in order for you to get started. All right. So moving on to the next, when you combine all this together, it gives you the industry, makes you ready for the tech, it makes you an industry ready tech professional. All right. So when you combine the up-to-date curriculum with industry, you working with industry experts, with the combined blended training delivery, the live classes and Watch Me Do It videos with our additional employability services, with the internship. When you combine all this together, it makes you an industry relevant, professional. Now, how do we position you for success in the job market? Okay, this is another 3-layered approach that we use. All right, level 1, we have CV review, LinkedIn optimization, navigating the job market, job and interview preparation, and recommendation and reference letter. All right. So CV review would help you revamp your CV. A lot of people are looking at, oh, I don't have any experience. I've never worked as a data engineer before. How do I review my CV? How does my prior experience relate to this new career path I'm going into? Never mind. That's exactly what we know how to do best. So we help you revamp your CV, would help you review your CV to showcase the skills that you've learned, your new learned skills, and put you ahead of the job market. All right. There are certain ways you need to design your CV to get you in front of key recruiters. Now, a lot of people don't know this, all right? But, a lot of applications, a lot of recruiters use ATS, applicant tracking software. So sometimes you apply for a job and immediately you apply for the job, you are getting an instant rejection email. Why do you think you're getting that rejection email instantly? It's because of ATS. All right, it's because of ATS, applicant tracking software. So this particular software is working with what we call keywords. Okay, it's working with keywords. So if those keywords that the recruiter is not looking for is not in your CV, you get an instant rejection email. All right. So these are the things that would help you revamp, okay, to ensure that your CV is as attractive, okay, as possible to give you that, give you the edge in the job application process. Now, we also help you work on your LinkedIn optimization process. All right. So LinkedIn optimization works like search engine optimization. When you search for a job, or when you go on Google and you search for something, the best result is what comes out for you. All right. The same thing with LinkedIn. When recruiters are looking for a candidate, potential candidate, and they go on LinkedIn to search, all right, does your profile pop up? Is your profile recommended as the best, one of the best candidates for that role? All right. So if your profile doesn't pop up, then something's wrong with your LinkedIn. And that's what we do during the LinkedIn optimization session. We help you revamp and also optimize your LinkedIn profile. Upwork optimization also for freelancing, for those guys that want to work freelancing anywhere in the world. Upwork is a platform for you, best platform for freelancers at the moment. So we'll help you optimize your profile on Upwork. Navigating job markets, if you're looking to apply for certain roles. A lot of people think that, oh, I just finished learning data analytics. The only role I can take on is data analyst. Okay, a lot of them will just be looking for roles as data analyst. The same thing with data science. I just finished a role in data science, or I finished the training program in data science. They think the only job they can take on is data scientist. Same thing with financial analytics. So we teach you what other roles you could actually apply to. All right, take for example, financial analytics. You can apply for a commercial analytics professional. You can apply for, you can apply for financial planning. You can apply for commercial analytics. You can apply for a ton of other jobs out there in the financial domain. All right. The same thing with data analysts, the same thing with HR analysts. Now, there is also places you need to know in order for you to apply for jobs. There's also something we call the Eden job market. How do you gain access to all these platforms? How do you know how to navigate the job market to get you the job? All right. It doesn't come easy. It comes with experience. It comes with trial and error. And these are the things that we have gone through, myself and Adeza. All right. And we know how to do very well. Okay. How to navigate the job market. You're in the UK, you're in the US, you're in Canada. It's all the same way. All right. I will teach you how to navigate the job market. Job and interview preparation, very important. So once you apply for a job, you have a good CV, you have a good LinkedIn profile, you know how to navigate the job market. I can guarantee you're going to get interviews. Now, the key question is, how do you stay successful in this interview process? That's where we come in, where we prep you for the interview. So we have interview preparation sessions where we prepare you for the interviews you're going into, and you stay, you gain those experience before you go in there. Because ideally, why people fail in transitioning is because they feel like they can do it all by themselves. All right. If you've never interviewed for a role of a data analyst before, you really don't know what kind of questions they would ask you. You never interview for the role of a data engineer. You never know the kind of questions they would ask you. So what we do is to prepare you for those interviews, to keep you abreast of the kind of question that would likely come up. All right. Adeza talked about the STAR technique, talked about the SEED technique. So we help you prepare, okay, for the interview process. Recommendation and reference letter is the tip of the iceberg. Is what will get you what you're looking for. All right. So the recommendation letter, once you have applied for a job, most recruiters will still be looking for a recommendation letter. And that's where another set of people will fail, drop off, because there is no other person that was standing for them. So as a beginner let's say currently you're working as a customer care representative you're a call center person or a professional. You're working as a call center representative. All right. And you have gotten an interview, you've gone through the interview, you've almost gotten the job. All right, but they need a reference, a work reference, all right, to showcase your data, your cybersecurity skills. Who would stand it for you? Obviously, not your place of work where you're working as a customer care representative. They will never stand it for you. So who are those people that will stand in for you to ensure that you get that job? That's where we come in. So we give you the recommendation and reference letter to, back up your application to say that, yes, you have a wealth of experience in cybersecurity analysis, all right, and you've worked with us on this certain lot of projects, and these are your performance and so on. And that is why our training program is project based. So you have a lot of projects to showcase your employer that these are the projects you've worked on, and these are the impact of the work you've done. Okay. So you see, the level 2 is weekly mentorship sessions and on-the-job support. So we have mentors, people that have gotten jobs. Like we said, it's like I mentioned earlier, we are just in 2023, we did 850 plus people. All right. So these people are happy to come back to also, and old future people that are coming to the platform. We call it the body mentorship session. I'll talk more about that. So that's a weekly mentorship session. We also have experts within the field that will be coming in, people that have 5-10 years experience in the field, coming in to also an OG. So we have that mentorship session where we bring in industry experts to provide guidance and mentorship. On the job support, okay, is another very critical part where we provide you. So you've gotten a job and you feel like you don't know what to do. You don't know what to do when a particular task is given to you. Don't worry, that's why you're here. We'll provide you with the support that you need once you get the job. So the key thing is for you to get the job. When you get the job, we'll indulge you even while you have the job. So if you have a particular task that is given to you at work, we would also help you to get started. And we have a ton of experience around that, okay? And eventually, level 3 is guaranteed job interview. So one thing that we never used to do before was guaranteed interview. All right. So we teach you all this, we do this, we do that for you, but we never guaranteed interview. So what we're doing in 2024, all right, in order for us to double the numbers that we did last year, is we are now guaranteeing you job interviews. And I'll explain how we're going to guarantee you these job interviews. Okay. So the internship program, I talked about it earlier. 1 month, 2 months, depending on the program you're going into. All right. You can add this internship to your CV, and you can use it to claim work experience. So you can tell potential recruiters that, or you can tell them that you are currently working with analytics, and these are the things that you're going to work with. Okay. 1 month or 2 months, depending on the program you're going to. 2 months, 1 month, 2 months of owning your skills, working on real life projects. You get to work on at least 6 more projects added to your portfolio, to list the projects you get to work on. And you get a project review with an expert. So the internship is to simulate a real life working environment and see how you, okay, without training wheels anymore. So the training program comes with training wheels where we assist you, provide guidance, support, and all that. Now, the internship program, training wheels are taken off, and we're giving you a real life scenario, and we'll see how how you're able to use the skills, the technologies, all the things you've learned in the past 3 months, okay, and how can you use to solve this critical, real life situation, okay? So once you're done with the solution, you get this project review with an expert to put you ahead of the pack, okay, to get you exactly what you're looking for. So the internship is something that you would need to give you that in entry, okay, to break down the entry barrier that has been holding you down to getting the first job, in the tech space. And I will lie to you, this is something that has helped a lot of people secure their job. All right. I'll come back to talk about this. Okay. So new additions in 2024, body mentorship session, like I mentioned earlier. So we did the past 2 years, we've done over 1,500 people. All right. From 2022 to 2023. All right, 2021, 2022, 2023, we've done well over 1,500 people that have gotten jobs in the tech space, that have gone through analytics, and they've gone on to get full-time placement. So what these guys are doing now is they're coming back to say that a lot of people are looking to become tech professionals, but there's a lot of limitation. There's a lot of brain, a lot of mental limitation. Okay, so what these guys are coming back to do to say is that they were in your shoes before, and they're looking at how they can come in to help you get the job that they also wanted to get in the past, and eventually they did. So they're looking at how they are coming back to also an old new analytics, trainees, or help them get started, and also mentor them into getting their first job. So we have what we call the body mentorship session to help you, our past participants, come in and also help you get the future jobs you're looking at. So we have the enhanced internship experience, 2 months, 2 months, 1 month, 2 months, depending on the program you're going into, very immersive. So replicating real life scenarios, okay? And, putting you in those scenarios in order for you to see how you come up with the solutions. Now, the last but not the least is partnership, and this is what we are pushing forward this year. So we have secured some partnership, and we are still looking to secure more this year with top recruiters across the UK, the US, Canada, and other countries across the world. So these recruiters are always recruited for tech talent. Okay, the likes of Robert Av, Avinaj, Michael Page, Adecco, Manpower, Conferry, Kelly Services, Tech Systems, and so on and so forth. So these guys are always recruiting for tech talent, okay? So what we're doing is we are also building our own recruitment pipeline, okay? So Get-Trained with Analytics, we recommend you to these recruitment firms that we have as partners, okay? And then you get the job. So you're guaranteed interviews, all right? You're guaranteed several interviews. And obviously, we're going to prepare you for those interviews, and thereafter you will get the job. So those are the things that we're putting in play this year to increase the numbers from 850 that we did last year to over 1,600 this year. All right. So those are the things that we are doing this year. And we've secured some partnership already. We're looking at securing more partnership with different recruitment firms across the US, across Canada, and across the UK, and also other European countries. All right. So you get trained. All right. You learn all the things you need to learn, you practice, you do all the things. We recommend you to these job positions, all right? You get the interview, we prepare you for the interview, and that's how you get your future job, okay? So these are the things that we're putting in play to ensure that we get those numbers up this year, get more Africans into the tech space. So if you have a friend, you have a family member that is looking to get into the tech space this year, this is the best platform to be on, all right? So we have additional success stories. Like I said, we have enough evidence to show you that we did a lot this year. Ikmat, stay-at-home mother, got a full-time sponsorship, full sponsorship with the NHS, working as a data analyst. Same thing with Benga, land a business data analyst role in Poland. We also got Ramat, got a business analyst role in the UK. So we have enough. We have a lot of testimonials, You can check us out on Instagram, on YouTube, on all our social media platforms. You see all these testimonials just to give you that, confidence that we know exactly what we are doing. All right. And we have proof, not like we're talking, we're not just all talk. We have proof to tell you that we've done this. So what are you waiting for is the next question. What are you waiting for? Now, let me ask you that question. What are you guys waiting for? Why have you not registered? Why are you not a part of the analytics? Let me ask you that question quickly before I join the next thing. All right. Why are you not a part of Analytics? Or I know you're just hearing us for the first time. Majority of you are just hearing us for the first time. Okay. So the next question is, why have you not joined us? We have enough proof. We have the curriculum. We have the experts. We have the pipeline to get you that role that you're looking for. So why are you not starting? Why are you not starting with us? All right. So we have a course starting on the 3rd of January, 2024. All right. That is in the next 2 weeks, technically about 2 weeks. Okay. And it started on the 3rd of February 2024. Right now, join the next cohort. We have a discount for the first 20 people. Now, this is an early bird discount. This is an early bird discount. This is what we call an early bird discount. So the discount you're seeing here, I would explain it to you. Okay. So the training program, if you're looking to become a data analyst, business analyst, HR analyst, financial analyst, data scientist. So if you're looking at data analytics, business analysis, HR analytics, financial analytics, or data science as one of your desired career paths, all right, the initial amount, all right, the actual full amount is $750 if you're paid in dollars. All right. If you're paid in pounds, the equivalent is 625 pounds. Now, rather than paying 750 or 625 pounds, all right, you could actually pay the discounted amount. Okay. And this is only available for the first 20 people for each program. First 20 people. The discounted amount is, rather than paying $750, you can actually pay $600. And rather than you paying $625, you could actually pay £500. Okay. Now, the good thing also is the first set of people that pay the discounted amount can pay in 2 installments. So if you're part of the first 20 people to register, you can pay in 2 installments. All right. So rather than you paying £750 or £625, you could actually take the discounted amount and pay in 2 installments. So you don't need to pay the whole 600 discounted fee at once. All right. You could actually pay in 2 installments. Now, this is $450 for the first payment. And the second payment, the balance payment is $150. And that you can pay 1 month into the training program. So it's very flexible, very convenient for you. All right. And that's what we're trying to do. How can we make it more easy? How can we make it more convenient for you to get into the tech space? So, right, if the best thing for you to do now is for you to pay for the discounted amount, to get your spot for the discounted amount. By paying your first payment, all you need to do is pay the deposit of $450, all right, or £375 for the first payment. And once you started the training program, 1 month into the training program, you get to pay the balance of $150 or £125 if you're paying in pounds. Okay. Now, for data engineering and cybersecurity, it's the same process. The full amount, the actual full amount is $900, all right, or in pounds, it is £750. Now, you could pay rather than you paying the full amount, you can actually pay the discounted amount, okay? And you can pay in 2 installments. First installment and second installment. So if you secure your space as part of the first 20 people, you can pay in 2 installments. So $750, all right, all you need to pay to secure your space is $550, and in pounds, the equivalent is £460, all right, and you can pay the second installment in 1 month into the training program, okay? And Scrum Master we have here, the actual amount is $450, all right, and we have in pounds £375 equivalent. And you could pay, rather than you paying the full amount, you could actually pay the discounted amount of $350 or £295, in which once you secure your discount, you can pay in 2 installments. Pay $250 to start, okay, to secure your space, and balance $100 1 month into the training program. All right, same thing with pounds. You pay £200 to secure your space, and you pay £95 to balance 1 month into the training program. Now, I would ask you that same question. Why have you not registered? This is a discount that most people are looking to latch into. And I won't lie to you, I will give you, majorly it takes about, today is Saturday, first thing Monday morning, all the first slots are taken. All right, currently we have over 200 people. We had over 300 people on the call today. And I'll tell you for free that those people have registered right from the start of the training program, okay? Right from the start of the tech series, people have started registering, okay? So if you're looking to get started, you're looking at taking your career, a lot of people are looking at getting started, but that first step is all you need. That's secure your position. That's all you need to get started. So if you want to take advantage of the discount, if you want to take advantage of being the far part of the first 20 people to get started, please take note of that now. So rather than you paying the discounted amount, okay, rather than you paying the full amount, you could actually pay the discounted amount. Now, you paying the discounted amount, you can pay in 2 installments of, $450 or $150. Then pounds equivalent of $375, then you pay the balance of $125. And like I said, the balance payment comes 1 month into the training program. So it's as flexible as possible if you're looking to get started. Now, what I'll do is, so the link has been sent to the WhatsApp group. So you see my colleague Lydia has been sending, my colleagues Elijah and Lydia have been sending the payment gateway for you to make payments, okay? So we have the UK account details, we have the Nigerian account details, All right, and we have the main stack. So I prefer you to go through the main stack because that's the fastest way for you to get all the details that you need. So I will do that in the next 2 minutes. Okay. All right. So all you need to do is click on this link. All right. Click on the link. You have the mainstack.me/enroll10analytics. So you have this main stack link that has been sent to the chat. Okay. So once you click on that, it will give you all the information that you need to getting started in making payments. Okay. Everything you need in order for you to make payments. So you see here, get access to all program brochures. So we've spent the last couple of hours talking about how you can secure your space in this career path, in any of these career paths, talked about the curriculum and so on. Now, if you want to get access to the full brochure for the program that your desired career path, I'll click on here. Once you click on the link, just the first button you see there, get access to all program brochures. Once you click on that, it takes you to a new page which has all the brochures for all the program. So take, for example, if you want to become a business analyst, I will just double click on this, all right? And it gives you the full detail about the business analysis training program. So we spent the last hour or so, over the past 2 hours, talking about all the career paths and all that. But this one, you can actually see that and read at your own pace on what the entire training program entails. All right. So you see over 40% of projects fail due to lack of planning. All right. Are you ready to become a master business analyst that will enhance and ensure every project is completed successfully? So you see all the details about the business analysis training program is in the brochure. So business analysis program overview, 100% online, all the classes you go through, why you need to go into business analysis, all right, the curriculum. So you see it here, the business analysis curriculum, Excel, Power BI, SQL, project initiation planning, so on and so forth. It goes through all the details exactly of what you would learn. So you see Microsoft Excel, you will learn data analysis, data visualization, and dashboarding. Power BI, you would learn data analysis and DAX, data visualization, dashboarding. SQL, introduction to SQL, writing data query language, and aggregation functions. ChatGPT for analytics, the same thing. You see project initiation planning, you get the full details of that. Agile Essential, what would you be learning? What is Agile? Why go Agile? How it all began, the history of Agile, the different Agile methodologies, all that. So the brochure is a more detailed, more detailed repository of all the things you would learn during the training program. And that's the same thing you get for every other curriculum that you have out there. So cybersecurity analyst, all the things you need to learn, everything in detail of what you would learn, from introduction to cybersecurity to foundations of computing and networking to information security principles and so on. Same thing with data analytics, okay? And that's the same way it goes for all other programs. So if you want to get the full details of all the brochure, the program itself, just go to the brochures and you get the full access. So once you click on the mainstack.me/enroll10analytics file, it takes you to, this, click on this to get the program brochures. Now for the pricing, you'll see the pricing is there, okay? For data analytics, business analysis, HR, and so on, you see all the prices are there and discounted amount. So all I'll tell you again, please be the part of the first people to make payments. Once we secure the first 20 people for each program, registration closes and all you will be paying is the full amount. So once we secure the first 20 people for each program, you would then end up paying the full amount. So if you're not part of the first 20 people, you would pay the full amount at once to secure your place. No two payments, no installmental payments for anybody looking to pay full payments. You have to pay everything in full. So now the early bird discount allows you to pay the discounted amount in 2 installments. All right, so it's a benefit for you to get into use the discounted amount. So rather than you pay the full amount in full, you can get the discounted amount. The discount will allow you to pay the discounted amount in 2 installments. All right, and that goes for all the programs that we have here. All right, all 8 of the programs that we have. Now, once you've made payments, I can see some people have sent me messages about payments, okay, that they've made payments already. So once you've made payment, just to confirm, click on the link here. All right, you see payment registration form. So once you've made payment, for the guys that have made payment, take a screenshot of your payment. Take a screenshot of your payment. You'll see upload your receipt here. Upload your receipt here. And I'll click on that. It will take me to a new page, okay, where you would see the February 2024 cohort participant registration form. So fill in your details, your email, your type of payment. So you can select either full payment, initial payment, or balance payment. All right. So if it's initial payment, let's say your first deposit, you click on that. You click on next. It takes you to the next payment. You move to the next one. You read the terms and conditions. You move to the next one. You put in your first name, your last name, your registration email, preferably a Gmail account. All right. Gender, you can specify either your male or female. You move to the next one, and you fill in all the, you fill in all the information that you need. Have you read the Analytics terms and condition? Okay, you read that, you signal, you obviously select yes, you move to the next one, all right, and you put in when did you make your payment. If you made your payment today, you select today, then you upload the receipt. So once you've made a payment, take a screenshot of the payment, and this is where you attach the payment receipt. Okay, so what you're going to do once you make payment, come here, all right, click on the mainstack.me enroll Analytics. All right, you'll come straight down, just come straight down to where you have payment registration form. All right, after making payment, kindly upload your receipt using the below button. So click here, it will take you to this form. Select all the forms, put in the right, select the right information, put in the right information, upload your screenshots, okay, of the payment, okay, and complete, okay. Now, if you want to make direct transfers to the pound account, so you want to pay in pounds, all right, you want to pay the pound amount, okay, you want to pay the pound amount. So either you want to pay 500 pounds or 625 pounds or 295 pounds, and you want to make payments now, you could send it to the pound account. Analytics is a Wise account. You can send money to you directly to the account. All right. For non-Naira card payments, okay, non-Naira. So if you're not paying in Naira, you want to pay in pounds, you want to pay in dollars, you want to pay in Australian dollars, you want to pay in Canadian dollars, okay, whatever amount you want to pay in non-Naira card payment. So for the Scrum Master, this is where you select the payment link. So all you need to do, if you want to pay in full for Scrum Master, this is where you click here to pay in full. If you want to pay part payment, you click here for first part payment. It takes you to the page for you to secure your payment. So it's a main stack link, it's a main stack platform, all right? And you can pay, all right? You can pay, you see 290, which is equivalent to what you need to pay, all right, for the payment itself. All right, so all you need to do to secure your position is 200 pounds for Scrum Master, for example. Okay, so for the Scrum Master, if you want to secure your discount, all you need to pay is 200 pounds. Okay, 200 pounds. So you can go back to the platform, and for the Scrum Master initial payment, rather than paying 290, you can actually impute the price you want to pay. All right, so which is 200 pounds. Okay, so once you put in 200 pounds, you can reserve a seat, and you can put in all the information that you need to put in and continue to proceed and make the payment. All right. So if you want to make payment for data analytics, business analysis, non-Naira card payment again, and you want to pay for data analytics, USD, or any amount you want to pay. So click on first part payments, okay, to secure your position. If you want to pay in full, you click on full payment. All right. So if you want to pay in full, that's the full discounted amount, which is $500 or $600 or 500 pounds. All right. All you need to do is click on the full payment. It takes you to the full payments page for you to make payments. For first part payment, all right, it takes you to this particular page. And rather than you paying, the 500 pounds equivalent, all right, 500 pounds, you can actually specify the amount you want to pay. So now to secure your position, you have 375 pounds. So you could actually come here and type in 375 in order for you to secure your position. All right, you can proceed to reserving a seat, and you can make the payment as soon as possible. All right, so all you can do now is to secure your position. You can actually secure your position now in order for you to get the discounted amount. Okay. Adeza, do you want to proceed with that?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I can see a whole lot of questions in the chat. Oh, I'm in Ghana. How do I make payments in cedis? Or I'm in somewhere in Europe. I'm in France or Paris. I'm in Switzerland. How do I pay in euros and so on? You can make payments in any currency using the links. Okay, any currency at all, whatsoever. And what would happen is it does the conversion for you. You want to pay in Naira, you have the Naira card payment option. All you have to do is go there, click on the link, and you can also make payments in Naira. You want to do a direct transfer to us in Naira, you can also do that. So there are multiple options. If you're in Ghana, all you have to do is for Ghana, you can use the Paystack option to pay in your Ghanaian cedis. But what happens, it does the conversion for you. All right, so you can use any of the links to make payments. It doesn't matter where you are. And we have our participants from across the globe. Okay, so use the access to the Tenalytics enrollment center page, just like Femena has shown to us, and you can easily access and make payments. A whole lot of payments have been coming in. And what I'll just say very quickly is, somebody asked that, oh, is 20 not too small for the early bird discounts? So this is not the first time we are giving the early bird discounts. We have given this last week. Okay, so some people have taken advantage. And also bear in mind that we have a class size of 50 maximum. The class cannot go beyond 50. Okay, and that's because we want a very good participant to facilitator or trainer ratio. So you have the opportunity to ask questions, interact with your team members, your contemporaries and counterparts in the same program. Okay, so we're going to take questions. Okay, we'll have a question and answer session very quickly. And I would also show you what the platform looks like. So when you register and you join, how will the platform look like? How are you going to learn? Can you go back to watch the recordings of your classes and so on? And the answer is yes, you can do that. Okay. Some people are also asking, okay, this is Kelechi. I paid 350K and 200, making it a total of 550. Fantastic, Kelechi. So you are in the class already. You've made the first payment, which is the first installment. So you're going to receive a confirmation email from us, depending on when you paid. If you paid today, by Monday, you receive a confirmation email, as long as you have submitted the form, the same one Femena showed. So once you make payments using the Paystack or Mainstack, or you do a direct transfer, take a screenshot, take the automated email receipts, go to upload your receipts, fill that form, upload the receipts, we confirm your payment, and you'll receive a confirmation email from us. And a week to when your program starts on the 3rd of February, you'll receive something we call a welcome kit. The welcome kit contains all the things you need for the program. So let's assume you register for data analytics. You have the links for you to download Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Office, the links for you to download Power BI, PostgreSQL, and all the other materials and all the applications you need. You'd have that in the welcome kits. Okay. It's not showing the discounted price for cybersecurity. Uli, please try again, Uli. The discount is still available for cybersecurity. All right, and if Femena will just show us. So if you have questions, please use the hand raised icon and we will call you up to speak. So you can unmute yourself and ask your questions. We'll be very, very happy to take the questions you have. And I'm sure you have very burning questions. Somebody's asking, can I pay the discounted amount by the end of this month? That's the end of January. I'll tell you for a fact that by Monday, Tuesday, the entire discounted slots are gone. So rather than complain that, oh, how will I fall into the first 20? The advice is go ahead, make the payments. We have something we also call the clarity session, okay, which happens on Tuesdays. And let me tell you what the clarity session is all about. Some of you today would have questions around, I'm an accountant. I don't know if I should go for cybersecurity or business analysis, or I am in strategy, or I work in logistics. I don't know if I should register for data science or financial analytics. You have those questions. You want to sit down with myself and the Femena and have that one-to-one conversation before you eventually go ahead and pick. We would have a session on Tuesday for that. But the advice is make your deposit, secure the discounts. Secure your discounts. When you are filling the form, you see the option that says, I need to speak to a professional. So the option that says you should select the program you want to join, you'd also see, I need to speak with a professional. So select that, okay? Select that option that says, I need to speak with a professional. And on Tuesday, we will schedule you for a one-to-one session where you can ask those questions. So you can see that, that's what the Femena is showing on the screen. So when you are meant to select the program you have paid for, select, I need to speak with a professional, okay? And we will call you up on Tuesday. We'll have that one-on-one with you and help you navigate the space. Okay, you've done logistics and you have 15 years of experience. This is what we think you should register for based on your own preference as well. So we don't tell you categorically, we don't choose and pick for you, but we guide you based on your experience to select the right type of program. You want to join in March, fantastic. But the advantage you have joining in March is taking advantage of the discounts today and deferring your program to March, till March. You can do that, all right? You can pay for the February cohorts and defer to March. When you're filling the form you can see on the screen right now, you'll see that option to select when you want to start. So you have two start dates. It's either you start on the 3rd of February or you start on the 2nd of March. So those are the two options available for you. You see that when filling the form. I think Femena is trying to get to that particular page, so that we just take that very quickly. So you can see that. What cohort do you intend to start? So you can see the two options. Either you start on the 3rd of February or 2nd of March. Okay, so that gives you the option and advantage of taking advantage of the discounts today, but deferring your program till March. And we had a lot of people that did that, even for these current February cohorts, and even some people have registered for March in the month of January. How about data science? Okay. Yes, and for those paying in Naira, you have the discounted fee in Naira of 720,000, 540 initial payment, 180,000 1 month after the program starts. So the data analytics, the business analysis, HR analytics, financial analytics, full stack data science, all have the same program fees. Their fees are the same. So you see them categorized in the same block, okay? So we'll quickly just walk you through the platform. You see how people that started their class in January, they said, look, January, I'm going to get into tech. 2024 is not going to pass me by. So they registered since December, but they started their program in January. I'll show you what they've done and what they are doing so far, okay? So yeah, if you can allow me to share my screen so I can just quickly walk them through. And while I'm doing this, please, if you have questions, you can use the hand raised icon and I'll call you up to speak. Okay, so once you make payments and you join any of the programs, you'd see you get onboarded to this classroom. Now, I have access to all the classrooms, obviously, and that's why you can see all the classrooms, okay? You can see the Scrum Master 24, which is 2024, 01 for January, Business Analysis, NA, Business Analysis, EU. What does this mean? It means that the EU, for those in Europe, in the UK, West Africa with similar time zones, you have a class that fits your time zone, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturdays, all right? For those in Canada, in the US, you have a time that also fits your time zone as well, okay? Using the Mountain Standard Time or Alberta Mountain Time, okay, for those in Canada and in the US. So your class on Saturday also starts 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, Okay, so that you don't have to join a class at odd hours because you are in a different region. So we have that flexibility for you as well. All right. So let's get into the business analysis class, for example, and I'll show you very quickly what people have been doing. They started just in January, on the 6th of January. Okay. The first thing you see here is the job application tracker. So this is how. Remember when I was delivering my session and I said something very, very critical. For you to get a job, you must have quality volume. The volume must be there and the quality must also be there. Okay? And how do you ensure that you're on track? Because you'll have a target. You see the way you work in the bank, they give you a target. You need to make 100 million every week or 500 million every week. You have a target for the number of jobs you're going to apply to. Okay, and you're going to track it. So there's a job tracker over here. All right, so you track your jobs every single week and you have a report that will be sent to you and you see how far you've gone. Am I really applying to jobs or am I just, lazing around? Because like I said, the SAS framework, show workings, apply to jobs like your life depends on it, and sell yourself during interview. So you have to track your jobs. Interview preparation. This is where you book your interview sessions with us. Okay, you book your sessions, we prepare you for interviews. But let's go all the way to when they started. When you join the very first time, what happens? You get onboarded into the platform and you can see the welcome kits. Okay, the welcome kits, like I mentioned, you receive this after you make payments, and this contains every single thing you need to be in the classroom. Every application you need to download. So this is the welcome kit for the business analysis. You'd watch a welcome video from the Tenalytics team, from myself, from Efemena. Okay, you'd watch a video from us. And this is where we are saying, welcome to 2024. We had an amazing session retreats just before the new year. And of course, myself, Efemena, and you have access to navigating the classroom. You know how to download your materials. You know how to download your assignments and so on. And you have your lesson plan, your detailed lesson plan. This cohort started on the 6th of January, 2024, okay? And every single thing you need, how to install Microsoft Office, download and install Postgre, download and install Power BI, you have that in your welcome kit. Of course, let's see where the very first class they had, okay? Microsoft Excel class 1. The beauty is, if you missed this class, the first class, the recording is there for you. You have the class recording. All you have to do is come in here, click on the recording. You can download every class recording, all the class recordings, you can download them. You have access, okay? You have your materials and the slide. So on Saturday, you had an emergency. You couldn't join the class. What happens? You come to the platform, look at the material. So here you have your introduction to Excel. That's the very first thing you do. All right, introduction to Excel, understanding what Excel is all about, what is a ribbon, what is a header, what is a cell. You understand all of these things. You have that in your very first class. You understand some basic functions, the sum function, and so on and so forth. Okay, and the classes are project-based. So for everything you learn, you apply them on a project. So this is the very first case study you'll be introduced to in your business analysis program on Excel. And it's a case study for Glow Gadgets. Glow Gadgets is a company, it's a startup that produces eco-friendly electronics. Now, they want you to look at their data and help them answer questions using Excel. Key questions. For example, what does the company spend each month in paying employees? That's the very first question. How do you answer these questions from the data that Glow Gadgets have generated? And this is one of the first things you do. Now, how does this help you as a business analyst? When you get into an interview, you're not going to be talking hypothetically about the use of Excel because you've done it, you've used Excel, and you can speak from the point of application and from the point of knowledge. All right. So every single class, you'll see that in there, your class login details. You have the link to join the class, and every single session is recorded so that if you miss the class, you can always come back to the recording. Okay. Now, something we also ensure that we do is group task and assignments. So you get to work on a group task, you have an assignment, you have a group task case study where you and other group members would look at a case study and work on solving the problems yourselves. Once you get the problem solved, what happens? You do a presentation. As a business analyst, your presentation skills must be top-notch. So you do a presentation on your case study so that when you eventually get the job and you are implementing, analyzing data, you can communicate what you've done with no hassle because you have done this before. You have your mentorship sessions, you have drop-in sessions. So the drop-in sessions are sessions during the week where, let's take, for example, somebody like Abaja missed a class on Saturday, and Abaja has gone to the recording, he watched the recording, but there are some things he did not get because he's not really sure. He's tried all the things that was done in class, but he really can't get that particular problem, okay? You'd be in a WhatsApp group, you'd send messages to your trainer, and he's giving you advice on what to do. You've tried it, but you can't still solve the problem. We organize a drop-in session for you. And this drop-in session is where you will join a class, you know, just a one-on-one between you and your facilitator on a weekday in the evening, when, of course, you would have come back from work and you meet with somebody, either a data coach or your trainer, who would help you address that particular challenge that you have. So you don't take the challenge into a new class eventually, okay? You get to work on Power BI. You have your case study on Power BI as well. All right, and let's look at that very quickly. So this is your first Power BI class. You understand what is Power BI. You start from the basics. Ifemena talked about ETL. ETL is a concept that is not only, you know, is not only done by data engineers. Okay, it's a database fundamental. So even as business and analysts working with Power BI, you'd also understand the concept of ETL. Okay, how to extract data into your, import data into your Power BI, and so on and so forth. And then you'd work on a case study. Remember, everything is case study based. What did I say when it comes to the SAS principle? Show working, show your workings. All these things, you add them to your portfolio. Okay, you add them to your portfolio to show that you have used Power BI to solve a problem. And when they ask you, tell me about a time you've used any of your analytic skills to solve a problem, you talk about Max Corporations. Okay, I worked for a client in the electronics, who manufactures electronics, and Max Corporations had this type of problem, and this was how I used Power BI to solve the problems for them. Okay, so these are some of the case studies you're going to work on. This is Power BI. You have your second Power BI class. Sorry about that. Okay, you have presentations as well, where you would work for British Airways, work on a project for British Airways, also using Power BI. You have your mentorship sessions, and it's absolutely phenomenal. Creating your portfolio, you can see that. So once you are done with your Excel, your Power BI, and your SQL, you need to create a portfolio to put all those projects into your portfolio. Because when a recruiter reaches out to you and they ask you, they want to know the depth of your skills in Excel, you must be able to show them a portfolio. That's the proof. This is 1000x more important than a piece of paper you call a certificate. Recruiters don't care about your certificate. They want to see that you have the skills to get the job. Okay, so this is what the platform looks like. And so far, this is what the guys in January have done in 2 weeks that they started. They started on the 6th of January. Today is 20th, meaning that 2 weeks after they started, they've done their Excel, they've done Power BI, they've moved into SQL. Now they're creating their portfolios and so on and so forth. And this goes the same model across all the other programs, the same exact model across all the other programs, okay, to data engineering, financial analytics, and so on and so forth, okay? I'll see if we have more questions in the chat. So you have live classes, your classes are live. Let me see if I can play one. I know we are out of time at the moment. but I'll just see if I can show you what happens in class typically for one of the programs, okay? So let's go into the business analysis, the one I just showed you, okay? And let's see, maybe we look at their presentations and see what they did during the presentations. I can't see any hand up, so I'd assume that there are no questions. Judith, you said you had a question. I saw that in the chat the other time. So please, you can type your question again and let's see if we can take the question eventually. Okay, do you offer only internship? No. So we don't offer just internship as a separate program, and I'll tell you the reason why. We've done it before, and we find out that the quality of the people that just come for internship, and I'm not saying that's who you are, for, you know, with all due respect to the person that asked, I'm saying this based on our experience. We test them before we give them projects for the internship, and we find out that they say they know Excel, but we give them a project on Excel and they struggle, they cannot complete the project. Same with Power BI, same with SQL. And we find out that, look, your skills are not there yet. So you need the training before you even join the internship. So these are the things we found out from people. So we want to ensure that you have the right type and the right set of skills. You are good enough in the use of all these tools. And that's why we don't do that separately. You need to join the program, and then from there, the internship is automatic for you. Joy is saying it's only showing the full payment. Joy, please let me know the program you want to join, okay? Joy Ugoma, please let me know what the program you want to register for, and I'll quickly walk you through that very quickly. I'll walk you through that very quickly. Okay, I'll walk you through that very quickly. You can type that in the chat. Please just type it out. Do you need a specific type of laptop? You need just a mid-level laptop. Doesn't need to be high level, just a mid-level. Okay, nothing high end, just a mid-level laptop would do. Okay, so Joy, I'm waiting for your message. If you can just type that in, it's only showing the full payment. So while I'm waiting for that, Joy, I'll quickly show what let's look at the presentations they had for Excel. I think they had a presentation here. So let's listen in to people who had gone back, they had gone to work on projects and they came to present. So let's get to see what they've been able to do. Okay, so I'll wait for that to load and then I'll show you. And Abiodun, I'll take your question. I can see your hand is raised. Just give me 1 second, okay? Just give me 1 second. Let's wait for this to load. So this is the recording of the presentations where they had worked on case studies and they came back to present their findings and the dashboards they've been able to build. All right, I've muted the audio, but I'm just going to allow the audio very shortly. And you'd see what people who started in January, what they're already doing and what they're building in class. Okay, so let's see that. Let me see. Let me take it back a bit. So this is what a participant builds. Okay, so I want you to listen to them doing their presentation. So yeah, so let's take it from here.
Most of our guests, they book through agents. So that hotel. So maybe by increasing the number of bookings, we can also increase. So we can see here in the graph that we have less visits in groups, like people coming in group are still less in both hotels. So it's obvious that that's what we're lacking. So graph here. And so if we're having people coming from Portugal and the months they come, like most of them come in August, I think we should narrow our focus on partnering with more touring agencies.
So this is Bright. Bright is currently in the January cohort. He worked with the team to build this dashboard, right? Their Excel case study, build the dashboard, and he's giving recommendations. But you can hear the, the nerves from his voice. He's nervous, which is normal. And that's why this is an avenue for you to present, and you start to get ahead of your nerves. You get to do things that you would eventually do in the real world. Okay, so let's see. We have maybe
Resort
2
hotels,
seconds.
you know. In fact, room B has an issue. It's zero. People don't most times room B and most times room C in both hotels. They don't tend to patronize those two, especially the two, A, B and C. So we need to go in there and find out what is it that is in A that's attracting these customers that are not in B and C, and see how we can change the narratives there.
Okay, so that's also Peter, and you can hear Peter talking about what he's been able to do. So this is a live session, a presentation session, and after the presentation, the facilitator now gives them a feedback. Oh, this is how you should have done this. Go make it better. All right. So you have that opportunity to work together in a live scenario, instant feedback, and so on and so forth. Okay. Okay, so Joy is sending me something. Let me just see what you sent to me, Joy. 858 card. Yes, I think that's the full payment in Canadian dollars. Like I said, it does the conversion for you. Okay, it does the conversion for you. So you can see the full payment and you can see the discounted at the top. Okay, so this says 858. If you go back, let's go back to the payment pages very quickly, Joy, so that you can quickly do that. Okay. All right. So if you come to the cybersecurity, you'll see that for the discounted fee in dollars is $750. In pounds is 625 pounds. In naira is 900,000 naira. All you need to do is convert 750 to Canadian dollars, and you see that it gives you what you can see on your screen at the moment, 858. Or you convert pounds, 625 pounds to Canadian dollars, it gives you that amount. So what the platform does, like I said, it doesn't matter where you are, you would receive that amount in the specific or your specific currency. It's all the same amount, but just a different currency. Okay, I assume you are in Canada, Joy, and that's why you have it in Canadian dollars. Okay. What is the time for the live classes? You are in Ottawa. So like I said, we use the Alberta Mountain Time. Okay, so I'm not sure what the time difference between Alberta and Ottawa is, but in Alberta, your class starts at 10 a.m. in Alberta, 10 a.m. in Alberta. So Ngozi, all you need to do is 10 a.m. Alberta, just Google what is 10 a.m. in Ottawa using Mountain Time. Okay, so you get the timing in Ottawa. All right, I hope that helped. Okay, if you may not already answer the question. I'm going for data analytics. That's exactly what I said, Joy. Exactly what I said. Do the conversion and it gives you that fee in Canadian dollars. Okay, just do the conversion. It gives you the fee in Canadian dollars. And like I mentioned, you can pay in different currencies. You can pay using different platforms. You can pay using Paystack as well. A couple of payments have come in through Paystack, through direct transfer, and through the main stack. All right? Everything is on the platform. Okay. Abiodun, let me take your question very quickly. Go ahead, Abiodun. Abiodun Kuku, I've asked you to unmute yourself. Please go ahead.
Hello? Hello,
Yes,
good evening.
Abiodun, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I wrote something about I'm currently in Canada.
Sorry, Abiodun, you might need to speak up a bit. Your audio is a bit muffled.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, it's a lot better now. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm in Canada now. I'm currently undergoing business management course here in Canada. So I'm just asking to know if I can combine that with my data analytics course.
When is your business management classes? What time do you have classes?
Yeah, this is during the week.
If it's during the week, then you have no problems at all. Okay,
No, I'm
because
just from the professional side. Is it better to
yes,
combine with business management?
absolutely. So let me explain, like if Femena explained data analytics, business management, what are you doing as a data analyst? You're helping business take decisions, data-driven decisions from the data that they have. Okay, so the use cases for data analytics are enormous, and that's why, like I mentioned at the beginning when I was introducing myself, I've worked in financial services, I've worked in energy, I've worked in sports, I've worked in automobile, I've worked in educational technology, totally different sectors. But how was that possible? Your skill, all these sectors, all the industries in these sectors all aim to achieve the same objective, either to increase profits, to reduce losses, to be more efficient as a business, and so on and so forth. So what you'd be doing is using your skills in Excel, in Power BI, in SQL, ChatGPT for analytics, Tableau, and so on and so forth to analyze the data that the company generates or whatever business you get to work for, extract the insights and help them take data-driven decisions.
So what you're saying now is it will be an added advantage for me, right?
Absolutely, it will, Abiodun. 100%, it will.
All right, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. You're welcome. So like I was saying earlier, it doesn't, if you have your program, your classes on, during the week, then you don't have any problems joining our classes, because 90% of the people that join us are either doing their masters or they are 9-to-5ers. They work 9 to 5. So you do your 9 to 5 during the week. During the weekend, you are building and developing your capacity that will take you to the next level in your career. Okay, so those are the type of people we have in class. So your classes are Saturdays. Some of the programs, you have classes on Saturdays and Sundays. For some of them, you have your classes only on Saturdays, and you have something we call the Watch Me Do It videos on Sundays, like Femena explained earlier, okay? So one thing I always advise people to do is please ensure that you follow us across all our platforms on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram. Go on YouTube, search Tenalytics, subscribe, watch the amazing transition stories that these amazing people have gone through joining us. Temi is a lawyer. Temi is currently a business analyst. He transitioned from law into business analysis after completing our program. Rama is also a business analyst, works with the NHS, full visa sponsorship, transferred from a student visa, tier 4, to a tier 2 visa. You have Michael, you have Idris, who worked with Jaguar Land Rover as a data engineer after joining our program. You have Victor, who worked remotely from Nigeria, working for a company in US, Chicago, Illinois, earning in dollars, spending in Naira because he was in Nigeria working remotely. You have Sonia, who is a HR analyst. You have Olubemi, talked about him earlier. He's in Canada, in Edmonton, as a business data analyst. Of course, his transition to a solutions analyst, working with one of the largest insurance companies in Canada. Okay, so you have all these amazing, amazing stories. You have Sunday. Sunday works as a regulatory data analyst after completing the data science program, and so many amazing professionals. Okay, so take advantage of the discounts, ensure that you join. This is Ebube, who also works with the NHS as a data scientist. And she sent us this message when she got the job. My new role is data scientist, my first proper job in the UK after the Tenalytics training. Okay, and usually you'd find a lot of people doing all sorts of jobs when they come into the UK, and it's important to transition from that into a career path that is worth your while eventually. All right. Maureen also works with TELUS. For those in Canada, you know the TELUS telecommunications company. Maureen works as a HR data analyst with TELUS in Canada. And like Femena mentioned, before earlier, we've helped over 2,000 people right from inception till date transition from the classroom to getting their first jobs in tech. And they work with some of the largest, biggest organizations across the globe. Okay. Also get to read the articles that where we were featured, talking about different aspects on how we've helped Africans and people of the Black community to transition into tech. We've had multiple hackathons, okay, and so many initiatives we've done within the tech ecosystem. And if there is any question, or if there are questions that we can't answer today, like I mentioned earlier, we're going to have something we call the clarity session on Tuesdays. We have clarity sessions, okay? So those clarity sessions are designed for you, somebody like the gentleman who came in earlier, who asked that, I'm in business management, or I'm doing business management. Can I also register for data analytics? So we might not answer all those questions on the call today, all right? So when you secure your discounts, okay, you don't have to select a specific program. Just select, I need to speak with a professional. We're going to schedule you for that one-on-one session on Tuesday and would help you answer all those pressing questions that you have. The advantage is you're not going to find out that on that Tuesday, you cannot ask questions, you cannot take advantage of the discounts anymore because the discounted slots are gone. And that's why we advise you to take advantage of the discounts beforehand. So let's take the question from Fariha. Fariha, I've asked you to unmute yourself. So you can always send us an email to this email, enquiries@tenalytics.io, or send us a message to any of these numbers. And one of the customer success associates would respond to you. You can take a screenshot of this and you can always reach us using any of these platforms. Go ahead, Fariha.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Please, I'm from Belgium and I wish to ask you some questions before I pay for the course. Although we are planning to move to Canada, I'm working as a nurse since 13 years ago, but I wish to change my career. But what I'm scared is that your class hours is when? Because I'm working morning to evening. So your time is when? European time, please.
Okay, so what program are you interested in joining, Fariha?
Data engineering.
Data engineering. Okay, so for the data engineering program, for the February cohort, you're only going to have your class on Saturday. Please, can you confirm that very quickly? For February?
Data engineering, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, data engineering is going to be Saturday. Classes will just be on Saturday, morning session and evening session. On Sunday, you get what we call the Watch Me Do It videos, which they are bite-sized videos that will get you to practice more. Because the key thing for you, learn data engineering, is practice. You need to be able to build things by yourself. You need to be able to work on projects. So essentially, that's what you're doing on Sunday, while you have your live classes on Saturday. So you only have live classes on Saturday. So you have the morning session and you would have the evening session. So the morning session would be 11 o'clock West African time. Okay. All right. And also the evening session would be 10 a.m. Mountain time. That's for the guys in Canada, the US. Okay. So that 10 a.m. Mountain time, the equivalent is 6. That would be what? 6 p.m. West African time. Exactly. Will be 6 p.m. West African time. Do you understand? So depending on the one that works for you, do you want 6 p.m. West African time, which is 10 a.m. Mountain time, the guys in Canada? Or would you want the morning session, which is 11 o'clock West African time, which is going to be the morning for you?
Is it a must should pick one time among the two? Because I'm still working on Sunday on weekend also.
So you would have to choose one
Because
of the days.
at times they give me morning shift, at times evening shift. That's why I'm blocked since this years. Because
Oh my.
I already make decisions since 2 years ago. It's because of my hours. I
Okay.
couldn't go further. So with Zeno on Instagram, she said, okay, it's possible, it's possible. So that's why I
Absolutely.
registered
So
for the seminar. So that's why
okay.
I'm still blocked again.
All right. So all the sessions are recorded. So even if you miss a class, you will get access to the recording. So depending on your, I would say if you're going to be working, if you're going to be working weekends, okay, maybe on Saturday, for example, I don't know what, maybe you work nights, then you could go for the morning session. If you work majorly in the morning, then you could go for the evening session, which is 6 p.m. West African time. And if peradventure you find yourself occupied and you eventually miss the class, you will gain access to the recording of that live class, and you would also gain access to watch me do it videos, which will allow you to practice better. Essentially, this is what makes us different from any other platform you find yourself. We have the blended approach to learning. So if you're a fast learner, you're a slow learner, don't
No, I'm
worry.
a
We have
student.
everything.
I'm a 5 months.
Exactly. Don't
Okay.
worry. We have you in mind. We have you in mind when we designed our curriculum and approach to learning. So don't worry. That's exactly why we're here. And you would get all the support. Rather, not just on the classes, you would also have, mentors, you would also have, a very good community, very wonderful community that would hold you and guide you through the process. You have mentors, you would have facilitators, you would have experts on the call with you, on the platform with you to ensure that you are learning. Do you understand? So everything essentially is designed to give you an edge in the job market and also in the learning experience also. So don't worry about it. Data is even walking you through. So I'll allow him to walk you through it. So you see exactly what we're talking about.
Okay. And thirdly, sorry,
Yes.
about the computer and something, I don't really into it. So I just want the assurance that is it going to work for me? Because anything about coding, anything about these things, I don't even know anything about it.
Okay. So one thing Fariha, like Efemena mentioned when he was explaining all the different programs, and I also mentioned at the beginning the 3 criteria we looked at when selecting these programs. All the sessions, all the programs are beginner friendly. Okay, beginner friendly. So it's designed with the beginner in mind, and we don't assume that you know anything. The assumption actually is you know nothing. And that's how you learn in class, okay? So you start from the very basic, which is introduction to data engineering, all right? So, of course, you'd realize that I had to ask Femena for the updates on the data engineering, and that's because we are making changes. So, for example, we didn't used to have the morning and evening classes, okay? But Femena has been working on that to ensure that we have morning and evening, so that covers and caters to everybody in different regions. And that will be launching in February for the February cohorts. All right. To also give that blended learning approach, you don't have to come to classes on Saturdays and Sundays. And that's the advantage that the February guys, you guys started in February, would also have. So your classes would be on Saturdays, and the Watch Me Do It, which is the bite-sized self-paced class, would be on Sunday to replace the live class. So you don't have to come to class both on Saturdays and Sundays. You come on Saturday, on Sunday, you have a self-paced learning, and you can control your time, really, it's more flexible for you. So you can see what you start with, introduction. You don't dive into the complex stuff. And for those of you scared of coding, just like you, Fariha, I'll tell you that you rest assured that coding is Python, for example, is equivalent to you learning a new language, just like you learned to, read and write. So you start from the very basic, the structure of the language, which is the alphabets. You want to learn to read. You're not going to pick up a book to read. That's not the first thing you do. You have to learn A to Z, A, B, C, D to Z.
Yeah.
After that, you learn your 2-letter words, your 3-letter words. And from there, you start to get better. And then you start to read more complex words. And that's the same way you learn. You learn a programming language. You learn the structure, the basics. And you can see that, Python basics, the data type. The data types are the data structure, okay? Which is really just like you combining your 2-letter words and so on and so forth, okay? So it's designed with the beginner in mind. So you have no issues at all, Fariha.
Okay. What if I'm facing challenge that can I still always contact you?
We want you to face challenges, Fariha, and you're going to face challenges. Okay, so that's what we expect. I'm not going to tell you that it's going to be smooth sailing from the beginning till the end. We know that you will have challenges. Why do we know this? It's a new career path for you. You've never done this before. And that's why we have different multi-level layers of support. Okay, so first of all, you're going to be in a WhatsApp group for everybody who has joined. You're also going to be in the Google Classroom where you can send in messages to your facilitator. The WhatsApp is definitely is the easiest way for you to communicate, because you send a message, your facilitator, your coordinator, and a data coach are there to ensure that you don't have any problems. Okay, now apart from that, you have the drop-in sessions, and I'll explain the drop-in sessions again one more time. So Fariha, let's imagine that you were booked in to come in on Saturday, and you have class. You couldn't join the morning class, you couldn't join the evening class on Saturday, so you missed class, for that day. You go to the class recording. Let's assume this is the class. You go to the class recording, you click on the link, you watch the class, but you still have problems, which we expect you to. You're going to have problems. Like I said, why would that happen? It's a new career path for you. So you will have those little challenges as you go on. And those are the things that will make you very good. That will make you get very good eventually, okay? So when you have those problems, during the drop-in session, so it's not a case where you're trying to figure things out yourself. You join the drop-in session, you'd have your data coach or your trainer in that drop-in session. So in the drop-in session, most of the time, you have maybe 3 people, 4 people. So it's not a large class where you have maybe 20 people or 25, maybe 3, 4 people. So you can engage your data coach to say that, look, this is the problem I have. How can I get it solved? And your data coach will walk you through that problem so that you don't take the problem into the next class. So every single week, you complete classes this weekend. So today is Saturday, right? So Saturday, Sunday, classes are done. During the week, most of the time on Wednesdays, you would have a drop-in session for people like you, Fariha, that have problems and you want somebody to look into it for you. Okay, so the job supports, the learning supports, you have multi-layered support systems, because we know that it's not, getting into a new career path. You need that hand-holding to get you there. And that's where you'd see a lot of people, if you watch the testimonials, they will tell you, Tenalytics handholds you. We handhold you to ensure that you navigate the space. And that's something we do, and we do very well. Okay? So, yeah.
About the internship, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. No problem
It is
at all.
immense internship.
Yes.
Because that time also is a little bit complicated. If it's this during the week, you said immersive.
The internship?
Yeah, for the internship, immersive something.
No, we say the program is immersive. Yeah, the program is immersive in the sense that you are not just going to come to class and after class you go to sleep. No. So you're expected to watch your videos on Sunday, for example, your Watch Me Do It videos. You're going to have assignments you would have to work on. And all these things are designed to get you to that level. Okay, organizations would not want to hire you because you completed a training. They would hire you because you have the skills for that particular career path. Okay, so you'd have to work on assignments, you would have projects to work on. And yeah, so that's what we mean by the program is immersive. So, and we don't advise anybody to register for 2 programs at a time, because you can't be working on assignments, working on a project for a particular program. I mean, doing the same for another program, you would go crazy. All right. And the internship is not necessarily during the week. The internship is project-based. So you can decide on how to structure your time around your internship. If the only time you'll be available is during weekends, you can have a conversation with your team members and they give you a specific task from the case study where you go and work on, and you structure your time around it and ensure that you get it done, you know, based on the time allotted to you by your team members. Okay?
Yeah, and about the work, sorry, the last question. I'll leave it. About the work, is it possible with your course to get to work in Canada?
Is it possible?
I mean, sponsorship works.
Absolutely, it is possible, but I'll tell you that if you are not inside Canada, it's a little bit more difficult. Okay, it's more difficult to get the job outside Canada. Going into, maybe you get the job and then the job is, you know, sponsors you to come into the country. We've had participants do that before, okay, but it's maybe like 1 in 50 people, okay? It doesn't happen very often, all right? And that's because the company would have to do the LMIA and ensure that there is an impact assessment report and do all of those things for you. Not every company would want to go that route, spend the money, pay for your flight ticket and all of those things eventually, okay? So, but there are strategies to apply to those type of jobs, which we will show you how to apply to them. But to get the job is a lot easier when you are inside the country. It's a lot easier for you to get the job that way.
Thank you so much.
Welcome, Fariha. So I'll be looking forward to seeing your name in those that have registered, Fariha, okay?
Yeah, actually, Fariha is not my name, it's my child's name.
Okay. So what's your name?
Naimot.
Naimot, okay.
Yeah.
That name sounds very familiar.
Have
you been joining our master classes, Naimot?
Yes, that's on Wednesday.
Oh, you joined on Wednesday. All right,
yeah,
fantastic.
Joined on Wednesday through Zeno.
Oh, okay. All right, that's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Group communities like that.
That's brilliant. Okay, fantastic, Naimat. So Naimat, I'll be looking forward to seeing you as one of the participants who have registered for the February cohorts. Okay, let's get your journey into tech started in 2024.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, see you.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's a pleasure anytime. So fantastic questions by Naimat. Okay, so Joy is asking through a direct message, at what point will I choose I want to speak with someone to guide me? Oh, yes, you'd see it. Don't worry, Joy. Just keep on feeling. Okay, she said I found it. Absolutely. You definitely see it when filling the form. Okay. All right. So I'll take one more question and then we'll wrap it up for today because the time is already fast spent. Like I mentioned, guys, I can see Precious. I can see your hand up, Olatubosun. I'm going to take the question from user. So Precious, Olatubosun, Chukwemeka, please join us on Tuesday for the Clarity one-on-one session. So any questions we can't answer today, we'll answer those questions on Tuesday. All right. But my advice, like I said, is go ahead and register. So by the time we have the conversation, now you eventually decide on the program to register for, you're not going to find out that the discount is gone. On Tuesdays, I'll tell you for a fact, the discounts are always off on Tuesdays. Okay, so we've had people come to beg and say, hey, please, I still want to pay the discounted fee. Unfortunately, that's not always available to make that concession. Okay, so please, guys, take advantage of the discount. Select I need to speak with a professional, and on Tuesday we'll take all those questions you have and guide you to selecting the specific program to join. So very quickly, user, please ask your questions so that we can wrap it up for today. User, please go ahead. I've asked you to unmute yourself.
Okay. Hello. Thank you for this session. My name is Ugochi.
Ugochi. All right.
Yes, I'm actually a student, Master of Management in Canada. Okay. I know someone had asked if we could combine. Yeah, my lectures are only on Fridays. Okay, so that means I can join during the weekend. But then I wanted to ask, okay, because I actually want to join in March. If I'm joining in March, would there be discounts for those of us that have come for this webinar today? Because I'll definitely join in March. I've already filled the attendance and I noted it that I'm going to join in March.
Okay. The only way you would guarantee that you join in March with a discounted fee is to make a deposit. All right, is to make a deposit. That's the only way you guarantee that you get the discount. Okay, discounts are not always in perpetuity. All right, it always has in limits. We can't give the entire class the discount. Okay, that's going to be ridiculous. So what we do, and what I advise you to do, Ugochi, and this is what a lot of people do. All right. You want to join in March, you are sure that you're going to join in March because maybe you have commitments in February. Make a discount. I beg your pardon, make a deposit to secure your slot, your discounted slots. And the first deposit doesn't have to be 540,000 Naira if you're paying in Naira. It doesn't have to be $450 if you're paying in dollars, if you want to defer. So let's assume you're paying in dollars. You can pay a deposit of 250. I think there is a minimum usually. Once you click the link, you'd see the minimum you can deposit if you select the first part payment. Okay, for the dollar fee, I think is about $250. If you're paying in pounds, the minimum is about 210 pounds or thereabouts. So once you make that minimum payment,
all you have to
in Naira, I think the minimum for Naira is about 300,000. Okay. If you want to pay in Naira for the minimum, all you have to do is do a direct transfer. Okay. Because the PayStack would not give you the option to select the amount you want to pay. All right. So do a direct transfer, secure the slots. And before the program in March starts, you have the option to have saved enough money and complete your first installment. And then you start. 1 month after you have started, that's when you're expected to pay the balance payment. Okay.
Okay. So if I do the transfer now, okay, how do I send it to you guys? Are going to see it then?
Yeah, so very straightforward. Okay, so let me show you how to do that very quickly. All you have is you can use the link that has been sent to the chat severally, or you can simply just once you receive the slides, the Tenalytics Enrollment Center, you go to the Enrollment Center and you have all the payment details in here. Okay, so what you need to do, Ugochi, is scroll down to the very bottom. Okay, scroll to the very bottom. You'd see the Naira account details. It's a Fidelity Bank.
I already have it.
You have this. Okay, fantastic. So once you've made payments, you scroll back up to the top of this page. And you'd see the payments registration form.
Okay.
Upload your receipts. Click on this.
Okay.
All right. And then you enter your details. So once you enter your details, submit it, we receive. You'd also see the option. Let me show you very quickly where you select when the program would start. When you want to start, you can select that.
Okay.
So when you do next, you upload, click on next. I'll show you where you'll be asked. So for the people who want to speak to a professional, this is where you select it. Instead of selecting any program, select I need to speak with a professional. So this is not for you. This is for people Yeah, so you click on next, you'd see what cohort do you want to register for.
Okay.
So where you select, instead of selecting February, you
February,
select
okay.
March.
March, okay.
So we will get the details and know you want to start in March, and we, defer your program to start in March.
Okay,
All right.
okay. All right, okay.
All
Thank
right. So
you.
welcome. It's a pleasure anytime, Ugochi. You're welcome. All right. So I think we're going to call it a day at this point, and I want to say a big thank you to those that stayed up until this moment, and I'm sure that's because you have very key questions that you needed to ask. So again, I'll just say it one more time. Most of the time, we have a whole lot of people who did not even join this session. And I'll give you a story of somebody who joined the session and sent the recording when he received it via email after the session. He sent the recording to a friend. The friend joined, paid, and the friend got a job. And the person who sent the link is still jobless. Okay, so we always advise people, all right, take the step. That's the most difficult part, taking the first step. Okay, once you've taken the step, you start your program and you start to realize that, wow, I should have done this a lot earlier. If you have a friend, you have a colleague, a family member, a brother or a sister, especially the younger ones, okay, catch them early. All right, I transitioned when I was about 10 years ago, when I think I'd done over 2 to 3 years as a professional before I decided to transition. A lot of you are also transitioning after having a career path. You have, you are nurses, you are accountants, you are bankers. You can also start right at the beginning. And this is where you have a brother, you have a sister, get them into tech. My brother is in tech. My cousins are in tech because I could see the advantage and they are also doing fantastically well in the same area. So send this recording to a friend, a colleague in the office, a family member, help them get their 2024 onto an amazing start. All right, follow us on all our platforms, like I said, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, to see the amazing work we are doing within the space. And until we see another time again, I would say thank you very much for joining. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I hope spending time with us today, you've gotten value for the time you spent with us. If any parting words before we wrap up?
You've said everything. The most important thing you guys need to do is getting started. Getting started is something a lot of people want to take time, drag their legs on. Okay, so we have a ton of people that's started last year, but they've been following us since 2022. Okay, and eventually got a job in 2023. So it means that if they have started in 2022, they would have likely started, and even gotten, 1 year, ahead of their time. So please, guys, if you're looking to get started, please start. All right. We have the platform. We have everything that you need to get started, from recommendation, CV review. Everything that we've designed is basically off the challenges that we faced when we're trying to get started, and when we're trying to, transition from our previous career into the tech space. So bear in mind that everything that we have today is based on what works, what we know what works. Okay. And essentially, we are happy to take you on to get you started, get you your desired career. All right. And we're designing all these things to help you get started. So if you have friends, you have family that is looking at getting started, recommend. Okay. But don't be like the person that will recommend and not take the actions. Okay. Also, you take action, register with your friends, register with your family. And thereafter, when you start to see the success, all right, it becomes clear to you that you made the right decision. And all right, so Tenalytics is definitely going to be the right decision for you. Thank you very much for staying to the end. Really appreciate you guys. One-on-one sessions, we're going to be having one-on-one sessions on Tuesday. If you want to register for the one-on-one session, all right, the WhatsApp is on the brochure. Our numbers, literally, you can reach out to us on Instagram, Facebook, on LinkedIn, any platform. Search Tenalytics, ask for the one-on-one session. You will also get email communication once you've joined and you've filled in the attendance form. You will get email confirmations. You will get links to fill in for the one-on-one session. So I'll be myself, Adeza, will be in the one-on-one session with other experts within Tenalytics to help you get started in the tech space. Secure your discount now, not tomorrow, not next week. All right, secure it now so you can enjoy the discount and you can pay into installment. All right, cheers, guys, and have a wonderful evening.
All right. Bye, everyone, and cheers. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Bye, everyone.
Bye.